Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another stream here on the channel. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day so far. Let's see what we have in the chat today. So far we have Marcus, we have Sam, as well as Edits, Keegan, Ben, Alt, Sam, V, and everyone else who is in here who may not be chatting, or if I forgot to welcome you, welcome to the stream, Oversteer and Connor as well. Glad to have you guys all in here, Ponderosa. And let's go ahead and switch on over to our main scene. We're not going to switch to our coverage scene just yet, considering we don't have any warnings. It should be, let's see, that one. There we go. All right, everything should be good to go. Correct date. It is April. It's April Fools. It is April Fools today. So watch out. Definitely want to watch out. It is April Fools. I haven't seen anything really April Foolish today. So that's good. Nothing like what I saw last year, and especially in 2023. So maybe it's just I haven't been out much. I've been on Twitter. So it's probably because we have a severe event. So not many people are actually joking around, because severe events are not something to joke around with, especially events like today and tomorrow. Not really something you want to make a joke out of. So yeah. Above my face cam is the satellite imagery. We're going to keep an eye out for a CU field developing. That is a cumulus field developing, which is the stage before storm initiation begins. And we may already have some small little clouds here above my face cam. I've just circled them. Very small little tiny, they look like dots. They look more like dots out there. In southwest Oklahoma, north central Texas. We're getting a small little CU field there. Nothing that is imminent initiation. Nothing that is really something that's like extremely concerning for imminent initiation. So I still think we're a good solid minimum 2 to 3 hours away from storms firing. At least 2 hours away, unless something big changes. But yeah, let's go over our SPC risks. I'm going to make sure this stuff's all turned on still. It is. So let's go to today's risk for severe weather. So for today, we do have a enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. That is in place out here from the Storm Prediction Center. That goes all the way from just east of the Kansas City metro area, back out encompassing the entire metro region of Wichita, back out to the west of OKC, all the way south almost to the Texas-Oklahoma border. It almost goes into Texas. It stops just barely before it gets into Texas. So Texas is not technically included in that enhanced risk just yet for today. Main hazards for today, definitely extremely large hail. Could see some hailstones as large as 2.5 to 3 inch in diameter. Damaging winds upwards of 80 to 85 miles per hour in and to the west of the Kansas City metro area, and as well as multiple strong tornadoes, potentially an intense tornado or two being possible around the OKC metro area, depending exactly where our storms do end up firing. There is still some uncertainty on when storms will fire and how many storms will fire and exactly how significant they may be. The SPC did not pull that moderate trigger, which, after I dove a little bit more in depth to some other model runs, I think that was the correct call. They may end up pulling that later on at the 4 p.m. update here in about 55 minutes or so. But confidence isn't extremely high in supercells firing. We're most likely going to see a couple supercells, but a very notable, like, say, 5+ supercells firing or so. That's where your confidence is low. So I think we'll see 2 to 3 supercells fire in this 10 sig area, and I think probably 2 or 3 of those, 2 out of 3, are going to end up producing tornadoes. I think pretty much any storm that can fire semi-discrete along that dry line is going to be able to produce a potentially intense tornado going through today. And that main time frame for a primary storm initiation should be about 6:30 Eastern, according to most model runs. So we'll see. We'll see exactly when those storms start firing. But typically, once you see a CU field, a good CU field starting, it means about 2 hours before storms really explode in intensification. Let's see here. Do you think today warranted a 15 sig? That's tricky. It's all about uncertainty in terms of storms firing. So personally, I think the 10 sig is good enough at the moment. But I don't know. A lot of model runs uptrended with storms firing. Pretty much all of our model runs have storms initiating along the dry line. So if they pulled a 15 sig, I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't be surprised if they kept it 10 sig. I wouldn't be surprised. So that enhanced risk is for just about 5 million people under the gun for that significant tornado risk. Now, the overall enhanced risk, there's a little over 7 million people under that enhanced risk there. For tomorrow, we do indeed have a level 2, or I just said level 2, a level 4 out of 5, day 2 is what I was trying to say. A day 2, level 4 out of 5 risk here for tornadoes. A moderate risk for severe weather introduced now from south central Indiana into Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Kentucky. This was generally right where I was expecting them to pull a moderate risk for tornadoes. Now, they didn't pull a moderate risk here for wind. If they pull a moderate risk for wind, that moderate risk that you see here would probably expand more up into like this area. That's what I was talking about in my video. So they didn't do a wind risk for a moderate risk yet, which is why it's a general smaller moderate, but still encompasses almost 4.5 million people. So that red area right in there, which includes very populated cities, Metro of Memphis, Metro of Evansville, Metro of Clarksville, Jackson, and Jonesboro. All very, very populated areas. That's Memphis, Tennessee, Evansville, Indiana, Clarksville, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, and Jonesboro, Arkansas. Very, very populated, moderate risk level 4 out of 5 risk right there for tomorrow. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that risk actually expanded northward for wind. I don't think it will be expanded for 15 sig Tor that far north, but definitely if we see a moderate up there, it would be for wind. So there's your 15 significant chance for strong, long-tracked, intense tornadoes for tomorrow. Western Kentucky, again, same areas, West Kentucky, Southern Indiana, Southeastern Illinois, Southeastern Missouri, Eastern Arkansas, Northwest Memphis, or rather Northwest Mississippi, and western Tennessee, which does include Memphis, Tennessee there. Damaging winds, obviously, a very large issue there as well. Could see some isolated wind gusts tomorrow. May even approach as high as 90 miles per hour for tomorrow there. Over 51 million people, 51 million plus people inside that risk for significant damaging winds around or greater than 75 miles per hour. Also, some extremely large hail being a possibility here, potentially up to 3-inch in diameter. Now, in my video earlier this afternoon, I mentioned day 3's risk, which is, shoot, I don't even know what today's, I think it's a Tuesday. So I'm going to just go check. I actually don't even know what day it is. I doggone lost track of my days. Okay, it is Tuesday. So yeah, so this would be for Wednesday. So Thursday, in my video earlier today, I mentioned Thursday may go enhanced for hail out in this corridor. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. The reason why is because it looks like that hail risk is actually going to happen extremely late tomorrow night. So instead of us getting a hail risk technically Thursday in the 12Z to 12Z time frame, we're probably going to end up seeing it in the extreme early morning hours of Thursday morning out in this vicinity here, to the point where it's actually considered Wednesday on the SPC outlooks. So that's why they extended that enhanced risk back into the DFW area towards Abilene, Sweetwater as well. That's why we have that enhanced risk pretty dang far back to the southwest for tomorrow's hail risk. So once again, tornadoes, probably going to end up with multiple long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes tomorrow. Damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour. Large hail as large as 3-inch in diameter, all possible tomorrow. Today's hazards, a few significant to intense tornadoes, potentially long-tracked possible. The main issue is, will storms fire? If storms do fire around that time frame of 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern time, then that is going to be when we start talking about, okay, this strong to intense tornado threat's most likely going to occur. If storms don't fire by that time frame, then we won't see a whole lot out in that 10 sig area. So that is why they didn't upgrade to a 15 sig, is because there's still a little bit of model runs. Some models still hint at the potential for just the cap to hold in place, and we don't end up seeing much out in that OKC and Oklahoma area. But regardless, we're going to see damaging winds, large hail, and even if Oklahoma doesn't fire, there's still a good chance we'll see a strong tornado or two on that northern mode here for, again, today. Thursday's risk here, little different, but I do think we could actually end up with a very significant tornado threat, probably focused over central Arkansas, right in this area. There's going to be a warm front here. I'll show you. Let's go to the NAM 3K. We'll go down to dew points. And we'll go all the way out to 8 p.m. Thursday. Wait for that to load. And there you go. You can see you've got a very obvious cold front, warm front right in here. So I do think we have the opportunity for a couple probably strong tornadoes, maybe even a long-tracked strong tornado being possible. Somewhere in central Arkansas, that might be a little bit too far to the south, but somewhere in there, you can see this purple here. That is widespread 70-degree dew points in the purple. So you've got just an absurd amount of moisture here for a good chunk of your open warm sector. You look at your supercell composite, and you have that prime volatile environment on the northern edge up here, because that's where your wind shear is the greatest. So I don't think we'll see a lot of significant activity down here on Thursday. I think it's going to be closer to where that warm front, cold front interlines, which is going to be right up here. Which is obviously dead center of that slight risk for severe weather. So I think that's where we could end up with a 10 significant risk for tornadoes. I don't know if they're going to do that on the day 2 outlook or not. It might be more last second, because we're going to have to wait until we get closer so we can get better information on Thursday's risk. And then as we go on into Friday, it continues. Friday's risk. Now, I don't know much about these risks. We're just going to have to wait till we get closer to figure out exactly what's going to happen here. But right now, they just have a very large Slight risk for severe weather, over 25 million people included in that for Friday. And then Saturday, also a very large slight risk, almost 20 million people included in that as well. I do think one of these days will probably end up being a significant tornado threat as well. Which one is uncertain because we're just a little too far out. It was awesome, floated. I had fun at the Speedway this weekend with Lucky. Definitely worth taking a little break from YouTube. I still ended up streaming on Sunday. Thankfully, we didn't see like a major outbreak or anything on Sunday, but I mean, we still had about like 20 tornadoes. When I last looked at this map, it was 2 tornado reports. Now it's at 30. So they've done a lot of surveying, which is to be expected. That's crazy. Went from 2 to 30 in like 2 days for tornado reports there. All right, and I do think that's the end of our ridiculous stretch. We may have an opportunity for some severe weather on the East Coast on Sunday, but exactly how notable it may be is a big question mark. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot on Saturday or on Sunday there. That would be Sunday, right? Yeah. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yes. I don't think we'll see a lot on Sunday. So, yeah, I think the worst day out of all these are probably going to end up being tomorrow. Today has that opportunity to potentially produce as high as a violent tornado. That is a possibility today. I'm just going to put it flat out on the table because not a lot of people have said it. There is definitely the possibility for an intense to violent tornado today in and around the OKC metro. If we can see those supercells fire, which the 18Z does indeed fire those supercells at about 7, which is that's soon enough. We need to see initiation at 7 or just before. If we're at like 8:30 and we're not seeing initiation, then we can start to think that this risk may not produce much at all in Oklahoma. But I mean, you see the 18Z has a long tracked intense tornado west of Oklahoma City, tracks almost into Tulsa and then up towards near Joplin. So very long tracked supercell right there. Let's see. So initiation 7 p.m. Eastern. 7 Eastern. So that would be 6 Central. Tomorrow, we are getting a new run-in right now for tomorrow, but we'll just use the old run for the moment. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow is more of a widespread significant threat, which is why I think tomorrow's going to end up being the bigger day, because we're going to end up seeing a lot more tornadoes tomorrow. I don't know if the violent tornado threat is there tomorrow. It would take... We would have to see a prefrontal supercell here. We would have to see a good, mature prefrontal supercell in order to see a violent tornado threat for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is more of an embedded, long-tracked, strong tornado threat and multiple long-tracked, strong tornadoes. Whereas today, it's 1 or 2 long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes. Possibly could get a violent tornado today if everything goes horrible with the atmosphere and we end up seeing all this stuff come together right around the OKC metro area. And unfortunately, I mean, the timing on the 18ZH is nearly perfect. Storms fire at 7 o'clock, so they're becoming mature. The lower level jet increases at 8:30 Eastern, so they rapidly intensify. There you go, near the OKC metro. That one storm goes north of OKC, tracks through the northern area of Tulsa, and then into Joplin. And then finally, Tomorrow, it's supercells all embedded inside of the line that could produce long-tracked strong tornadoes, but they're embedded, so they should be on the weaker side of at least a moderate risk. You know, when we talk about a moderate risk, normally we're talking about long-tracked violent tornadoes. That shouldn't be the case for tomorrow. It should be multiple strong long-tracked tornadoes. We could see an intense tornado or two embedded in the line, but again, if that violent tornado threat were to occur, we would have to see a discrete storm. Stream didn't bug out a little bit there, right? YouTube gave me a little error. It's probably lying. But if you guys are just now tuning in, we're talking about the severe weather threat for today, tomorrow, and let's see, what else? Thursday, Friday, Saturday. All of those threats for severe weather. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. I wonder why YouTube cut me off there for a split second. It wasn't like my Wi-Fi. It was like the YouTube servers themselves. It looks like the new 18ZHRRR is finally handling the over-convection better. So prepare for the 18Z HRRR to go insane for tomorrow. I probably want to get off of Twitter for this one. Considering it has significantly less over-convection, probably want to get off of Twitter. Which is what we were expecting, by the way. I know the HRRR was over-convecting. I said that in my afternoon video update. I said that the HRRR was probably still over-convecting because that's just what it does, and it's easy to spot it. You see the day 3 high risk they issued? They didn't issue no day 3 high. At least not for severe weather. They did for rainfall, though. Yeah, so rainfall is also a big issue here. If you look here, this is your rainfall outlook for tomorrow. We've got a very large moderate risk for tomorrow for heavy rainfall. And then it gets worse here. This hasn't updated. There is a high risk for day 3 for rainfall. This hasn't updated. But man, can I just point out how that kind of looks crazy? Like a bunch of mini supercells in this area. Like, hold on a second. That's for Thursday morning. And they might be a little bit too far north of the primary environment, so that's good. That's why they're not robust supercells. They're more mini. All right, let's go to our 18Z HRRR. Watch that render in here. We'll just use Radar Mega for the moment. That's if it wants to load. So, yeah, there's those intense supercells today. Very intense supercells. Again, you see that one that tracks just north of the OKC Metro, goes up towards Tulsa, goes through Joplin, then begins to die out at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Eastern. And then we'll start to see some convection fire tomorrow at about 7 a.m. out here. It should be fairly weak, but the problem is we have a lot of forcing, a lot of early forcing, so we're going to see a bunch of over-convection up here. This whole risk area is going to be fully over-convected. So that's why your main enhanced risk doesn't go past, like, actually, I think they've extended it into Wisconsin, matter of fact, if I remember correctly. Okay, they almost extended it into Wisconsin. But that's why your enhanced risk is a little bit south here of all that over-convection. This is about to be an insane model run because it did not over-convect. The 12Z over-convected this entire warm sector substantially. Especially in here, it's significantly over-convected. And it did not over-convect on the 18Z. So this is about to be an insane model run right here. And then there's your environment, which you can see is very favorable already at 3 p.m. Extremely favorable for tornadoes. Maybe not strong tornadoes yet. The main strong tornado threat tomorrow is going to be definitely after the 4 p.m. Eastern time frame. It will probably be closer to like 6 o'clock or so. 6 o'clock and after. I imagine this run is still going to have some overconvecting issues on the southern end. It's just because we have so much forcing exactly on the cold front. Now, we don't have a lot of forcing in front, so that's the question mark there. We have something called subtle forcing. Subtle forcing over the open warm sector. So the cold front itself is probably going to be an overconvected, clustery, linear mess. Whereas out in front, we probably won't see much activity, but any activity that does form will probably be able to grow upscale rapidly into an intense supercell. Day before, probably it depends, girl dev. Models are very, very difficult to figure out which ones are accurate and inaccurate. I look at a combination of model runs and then study the environment that the model runs are putting out and see if something's wrong with it. Yeah, you can see a few storms fire along that cold front at 4 or 5 a.m. in Oklahoma City for tonight / tomorrow morning. But because the capping is so strong, they really don't do much. So that's good news. Yeah, and there's your overconvection mess that I was expecting. It still is overconvecting, but look at that. A little bit more of a prefrontal signal here. Definitely a little bit more of a prefrontal signal on the 18Z HRRR. LDRX 24, only popping in for a minute. Can you tell me your thoughts on severe weather for me? So you're in that enhanced risk, pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, because you're just barely south of the St. Louis Metro, so you're either on, I think you're in the enhanced, if not, you're on the edge of it. Your main threat definitely going to be damaging winds and isolated small to large hail. So spin up tornado or two, damaging winds probably closer to 60, 65 mile an hour winds there, as well as some large hail up to about 1.5 inches, maybe 2 in diameter. I do not think you will be in the primary risk for all hazards. I don't think you'll be in that primary risk for all hazards, so you definitely won't be included in a moderate. I would be very surprised. So here's tomorrow's outlook once again. Yeah, you're definitely in that enhanced. The crazy thing is how sharp this is. Over here, you can see like it goes moderate, enhanced, slight, and then you do have a bit of a larger marginal there. So pretty good cutoff there between the moderate, enhanced, slight, and then of course, like I said, the marginal is a little larger there. All right, let me pull this back. So I do want to go over this wind threat up here. Look at that, 18Z HRRR also takes a big supercell right through the Kansas City Metro tonight at midnight Eastern time. So, yeah, that's your main wind threat right there. And that's what could produce 80-mile-per-hour winds today. Even that looks like a decent tornado threat, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, no wonder why they have that 10 sig pretty far north. I wouldn't even be surprised if they pull that a little bit more north, maybe even into the Kansas City Metro. We are getting an update in 30 minutes. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. But you can see that hatched wind threat and then the hatched hail threat up here. So it's all hazards for sure up here near and to the west of the Kansas City Metro. So make sure you are hyper weather aware there. No moderate risk today. Not enough confidence in supercells firing on the dry line. But personally, I'm starting to get more and more confidence in that. All right, 18Z is in for the primed threat for tomorrow. So here's your prime threat for tomorrow. About 7, 8 o'clock, that threat is beginning to be primed. You see a few discrete storms in Indiana there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Are you not in a 10 sig? Oh, yeah, that's warranted for sure, V. I thought you were in a 5% for a second. Yeah, they definitely are going to keep that. That is definitely warranted. I agree with that. And I wouldn't even be surprised if you get put in the moderate for wind, too. And we could even see a little extension for the significant 15 sig risk there for tornadoes. That might go a little more north. I don't know if it's going to go up into Indianapolis. It depends on the confidence of where this line's going to set up. But you could see the HRRR has a very large line. And I mean, their 10 sig is really perfect for that. I mean, really from the southern edge of the line to the northern edge, the 10 sig is in that, or rather the line is in that entire 10 sig. So it's really a perfect outlook at the moment. Any chance this bust? The main bust mode tomorrow is easily over convection. Easily over convection. But it should be a linear mess with embedded strong tornadoes, embedded winds as high as 90 miles per hour, and embedded large hail as large as 3-inch in diameter. Yeah, look at those prefrontals. That is something right there. Those would be your possible chance of intense to as high as a violent, rather as strong as a violent tornado threat. Because they're out in front of that line by just a little bit. Which means they're still on, they're still close to the cold front, so they're still on the best environment, but they're also in front to where they're considered prefrontals. Today's main bust factor is if storms do not fire or start firing around that 7 p.m. Eastern time frame. So when it comes around to like 7 p.m. Eastern, if we're not seeing storms fire up at that time, then we could start talking about a potential underperforming risk. Because that would mean that storms are going to have to fight that capping, and even if they do fight that capping, they could probably and will probably end up being more elevated, which means more hail and wind as opposed to tornadoes. We have 300 people watching now. That's the highest we've been all year. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. We'll be here for multiple hours today, covering this significant risk for all hazards. And then we'll be live for most of the day tomorrow as well. I plan to be live. Let's see. Yeah, so this actually takes a little while to kick things off. I was thinking about going live as early as like 1 p.m. We'll see. I'll probably be live around that time. I will probably end up being live around that time. So this is today's risk once again. Today's risk for severe weather. Why did my little satellite switch on me? Oh, they switched the sector. No. Why would they do that? Okay, they put it back to Oklahoma. That was weird. That was weird. So let's take a look at satellite. I'll pull it up right here so you don't have to look above my face cam. And also so it could be larger here. So that's your little tiny possible CU field right there. Southwest Oklahoma, far north central Texas. That's your little CU field. That's going to keep moving northward, northeastward. And it should set up just a large area of clouds in this area. And then we'll see if any of those clouds turn into thunderstorms around that 7 p.m. Eastern time frame. All right, more of the 18ZH RRRs in here. Keep pulling this all the way out. So yeah, that's your issue for tomorrow. You could see how it's very, very linear. It looks pretty messy, but it is an organized line. So you have all these cells and you can point them out. You can see these blue little cores right here for embedded cells that are quite intense embedded inside of the line, and even a little prefrontal out in Madisonville on this particular run. And like I said, this is going to be right at prime time. This is 9 p.m. Eastern, so your lower level jet is going to be very, very much cranking out here. 60 to 65 knot lower level jet out here from northwest Mississippi through western Tennessee, western Kentucky. And then the lower level jet is stronger up here towards Indiana, but if we take a look at instability, you can see instability is not as high. If we go back down, it's closer to 2,000 out here in Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, whereas in Indiana, it's closer to 1,000. So you would start to lose some instability up here in Indiana. Also, things are a little bit more messy, still probably going to end up with that embedded strong tornado threat. But things are just a little bit more messy up there in Indiana. So regardless, though, widespread damaging winds, like I said, could approach as high as 90 miles per hour tomorrow, especially if we see a line like this right here. If we see a line like this, it wouldn't surprise me if we had multiple 90 mile per hour events along this line. But for the moment, it's an isolated 90 mile per hour risk because that's pretty high in wind gusts there. And then now the HRRR is starting to reach into the threat for Texas's risk in and around the DFW area. I don't think that's going to be able to... Okay, it can kind of reach. So this is for 2 a.m. tomorrow night. So not tonight, but more of technically Thursday morning. Technically Thursday morning, 2 a.m. And that's where your hail risk begins to fire out here around the DFW area. So it's going to be a very, very, very late Wednesday night. Extremely early Thursday morning risk for very large hail out here in Texas. And that could be as large as 3-inch in diameter as well. You could see that's right in the middle of the SPC's 30 significant chance for large hail. So that could be as large as 3-inch in diameter hail there as well. So I don't think Thursday is going to go enhanced out here for the Dallas area because it looks like our risk is going to be before 12Z, which is before around the 8 a.m. Eastern time frame out here for Texas. So it's not technically going to be on Thursday, according to the SPC. It will fall under Wednesday's threat and outlook. 01Z is 9 p.m. Eastern. 01Z is 9 p.m. Eastern. And that clock, just barely below my face cam, that is in Zulu/UTC. So it's 1937Z right now. So again, there's your outlook for severe weather from the SPC today. You can see we are really, really clear out here in the main warm sector. No notable precipitation interfering with rapid destabilization. Cloud cover, definitely there, but that's not going to cause much of an issue. If anything, that may help a little bit because that's going to keep the temperatures from rising too high. If you say you got like temperatures into the 90s and your dew points are at 60, those are going to be very elevated storms. So instead of something like that, this cloud cover is going to keep your temperatures into the low 70s and those dew points are going to be into the low to mid 60s. So it's going to keep it at a perfect temperature dew point degree spread to make sure those storms are more surface based if they can get firing. Like I said, there's your CU field. You can see all these little dots here. It's actually a pretty good CU field. This whole area here is your CU field. All right there. Once again, we do get a new SPC outlook here at 4 p.m. Eastern, so that's just 22 minutes away, and we'll get a new outlook for today. That might include a moderate risk. It would not surprise me. Whichever way they go with this, it still has the potential to be a very dangerous day out in Oklahoma. So whether or not the SPC pulls a enhanced risk, or rather they keep it an enhanced or pull a moderate, whichever one they do, it's still going to be a dangerous day. There's still the possibility for a long-tracked, strong to intense tornado. Let's see here. Yeah, there was a day 3 outlook for Thursday as well. They kept the risk relatively the same. No enhanced risk, which was, again, to be expected. I'm trying to see if I missed anything else on here. Yeah, day 3 high risk for rainfall. I see that all over Twitter. Let's see here. Don't see a lot of people talking about tomorrow's risk because today it's just discrete cells, which, I mean, that attracts the entire community. When you get discrete storms in an environment like what we should see tonight, I mean, oh, there's finally a post of tomorrow's risk. I mean, Oklahoma, this setup in Oklahoma is like a dream for a chaser. Oh, another problem with this risk for today that I did just remember to mention is we could see deviant tornadoes. We could see deviant tornadoes, which means tornadoes that could go in multiple different directions. These storms are going to be moving northeast, but the tornadoes could literally do full-blown loop-de-loops if they wanted to. So we could see definitely some deviant tornadoes today with any discrete storms that do manage to plant tornadoes. Let's go back to Oklahoma. I don't know why that keeps switching. See it above my face cam? Look. Okay. Now it's back to normal. Keeps wanting to switch to, like, the East Coast. I'm a little bit less certain about this strong tornado threat up here. I haven't put too much time into looking at that environment. I would assume it's still relatively a good environment. When does that fire? Let's see. So that's 9 p.m. Eastern that we're looking at right there. So that is 01Z. Let me go all the way to 01Z. Yeah. So that might have a bit more of an issue with moisture. The moisture's barely going to be in time to support a tornado threat, a long-track tornado threat with that. So that might not pose as much of a long-tracked tornado threat there. Yeah, I did see that threat in Illinois while they're on the go. I did see that. You're talking about Northern Illinois, right? Yeah, Northern Illinois. I did see that, but it looks like... I mean, that's right on the warm front, so that is a favorable area. You already know storms love to ride the warm front, and that could pose a long-tracked, fast-moving, intense tornado threat. But confidence looks to be... well, that's 3 out of 3 model runs showing it. So I wonder if they'll end up pushing the significant tornado threat more north there. Or maybe introducing an altogether different significant tornado risk, like literally just highlighting a 10 hatched up here in this corridor, as opposed to like expanding the current 10 hatched all the way northward like this. Putting that whole area in the 10 hatched. Maybe they'll put a little 10 hatched up here northwest of Chicago or something like that. That wouldn't surprise me. And considering that's where the warm front is, I mean, that is a favorable area for tornadoes. You always have a lot of wind shear right in that region, and because of how large our warm sector is, you also have over 2,000 instability, and, I mean, moisture is not an issue either. 65-degree dew points there. Yeah, and the temperatures are into the low to mid 70s, so really good setup. But it just doesn't have a 10 sig at the moment. So just a heads up there, if you do live near the Chicago metro, a little bit more of a conditional risk for tornadoes up in that region, but it seems like we could easily get some storms to fire along a warm front up here and try to could try to produce a significant tornado or two in this area. So there's no capping in Oklahoma. What these storms are racing against is the capping building in. So they have to fire before that cap builds in. The cap will become pretty strong around 9 p.m. Eastern time. So we have to see signs of initiation and signs of storms firing around 7 p.m. Eastern, so that way those storms are robust by 8:30 before that capping builds in. If the capping builds in sooner, then these storms may not even be able to fire in Oklahoma. Now, regardless, we're going to see a severe threat on the northern end up here. Regardless of what happens with our capping and timing issues, we're going to see a severe threat on this northern end. The main question is just that capping issue to the south towards like central Oklahoma. So once again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. It's greatly appreciated. Also, share this stream with your family, friends. Social media will be here probably for the entirety of this risk, I imagine. Unless absolutely nothing ends up firing, we'll probably be here through much of this main tornado threat. Dry line events are always something that I love to track. I love to see them fire off of the dry line. Eventually, I want to see it in person. Like, this is the type of threat I would fly from Virginia to Oklahoma to see this. But unfortunately, it's still conditional, so the last thing I would do is fly out all this way just for it to underperform and do pretty much nothing. Let's see. Mesoanalysis. I wanted to see that real quick. What am I looking at for mesoanalysis? Sam, what am I looking for exactly here? I mean, everything's on track. That is definitely where your CU field is located for sure. That's right along a little warm nose. There's a little warm nose right in here. And then it continues through the rest of your warm sector out that way. So there's a little notching in your environment here from your winds pushing from the south, pushing this stuff to the north. And so that's obviously pulling these ingredients more northward. And then once your trough finally pulls through here, which will be, let's see. It's going to be a little tiny shortwave. Little tiny shortwave that develops in about 2-3 hours that should help initiate these storms. In western Oklahoma, these storms should begin to fire about 7 Eastern, 6 Central. They could be a little earlier than that, but that's generally what I'm looking at. I mean, some models showed them firing now, but that's not the case. We're getting a new NAM model for what it's worth, but I mean, that model's not really that good. Yeah, no reflectivity up here on radar, so these storms definitely aren't, really firing. They don't have a lot of forcing. They won't have really any forcing until that shortwave comes through later on today. Let's see if I can find the... This is wrong. Okay, there we go. I was going to say. Oh, dew points are definitely being underdone on the HRRR. Yeah, for sure. Because we already have 60 dew points, I believe, almost up into the OKC Metro. So there's all your insane moisture there. Bunch of moisture, especially 7 o'clock. You can see your dry lines located right here. And you're going to have a little shortwave. Now, the shortwave's invisible from looking at the surface. It's invisible, but it's a little kink in the jet stream. If we go to 500 millibars, you'll be able to see it. Yeah, there's your little shortwave right there. Got a shortwave right in here. And that's going to try to help kickstart some storms. That's right, Omega bugging out right there. Currently, that shortwave is located like... It really hasn't even developed at the moment. It's probably over like west central Kansas right now, but it really hasn't developed. It's going to develop and then move slightly eastward. All right, no moderate risk, which is definitely understandable. Let's see. Models differ on the potential for storm coverage around 22 to 01Z with considerable uncertainty, but trends have been noted for a few supercells potentially firing along the dry line in a discrete fashion. They don't mention any risk upgrade at all because, I mean, the next update will be 9. Strong tornado or 2 will be possible. But it's definitely a moderate risk caliber environment. It's just the certainty of exactly how many storms will fire is unknown. So they've kept it at an enhanced risk, which, like I said, that's definitely understandable for sure. But either way, we're still at the same environment, still looking at the same thing we were looking at about an hour ago or 2 hours ago. Still on track to see multiple strong tornadoes being a possibility along that dry line. I don't think they extended that enhanced risk really at all. I mean, everything looks the same to me. I'll go see if it's available for a side-by-side comparison real quick. Nope, not yet. It's still at 1630Z. So they may have expanded it just slightly. I don't see any like big expansion. I'll wait for that side-by-side comparison. Actually, hold on a second. I might be able to just do it here. Is this the old Outlook? Yeah, this is the old Outlook. Yeah, it looks the same to me. Yeah, and then the wind threat there. Yep. Hail threat probably still the same. Yeah. I don't see really any changes. There may have been a very small expansion somewhere, but no notable changes. And that's really our last Outlook cycle for the day here. Of course, like I said, we have the one at 9 o'clock, but storms should be ongoing at that time. If they're not ongoing at that time, then this risk is definitely not going to be even remotely close to a moderate risk-worthy event. Like I said, we have to have storms fire around that 7 p.m. Eastern time frame tonight. Observed soundings? Yeah, we should have some. But probably none past, what, 12Z? Maybe we get some at 18Z? Yeah, no, we haven't had any since 12Z, so that's not really going to be much use. Well, I mean, you can see the wind shear was already in place at this point. This was very early this morning. You could see your hodograph, your wind shear. So your wind shear was definitely in place at this point. And then, of course, moisture has gone up by about 25 degrees here. Temperatures have gone up by probably about 30, 25 to 30. And then instability's gone up significantly. So the main thing you pay attention to here is the kinematics, which is wind shear, that hodograph. Okay, I'm going to go to the localized sector since College DuPage's satellite keeps changing on me. Keeps going to North Carolina for some reason. Yeah, so now you can see it a little bit easier. Again, right here is a little CU field that started up. And that's going to keep pushing up to the north here. It's above my face cam. It's going to keep going up into about west central Oklahoma, where it should stop, and then begin to see storms firing near 7. So just make sure you're hyper weather aware. Again, this risk is still the same. The only reason why they didn't go moderate is just simply because of uncertainty in how many storms will fire. So there's still the very real chance we could see 2, 3 semi-discrete supercells that try to produce long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes. Again, I'll put satellite up here as well. So once again, there's your CU field. Very, very, very slowly moving up to the north. And it should stop somewhere up in this area where storms will fire. In Elk City or east. They should fire east of Elk City. If we look at the SPC outlook, you can see Elk City's in a slight. So storm should fire just east of Elk City, somewhere in this area. I want to go see if the NAM 3K changed at all. That was one of the model runs that didn't initiate today. The NAM 12K had like a few little storms. Oh, now it explodes storms along the dry line. It explodes storms about, let's see, that's 4:30. Yeah, 4:30 storms explode on the NAM 3K. And the HRRR has nothing at 4. We're going to get one more frame here any minute. So we'll see what the new HRRR has. Just a reminder, it's more of just for fun looking at the HRRR after like the morning 12Z. Because after like that morning 12Z run, I mean, the HRRR is just... It's not really that good to be looking at model runs day of. You more want to be nowcasting. And if we nowcast, everything on the nowcasting side of things says that storms will fire pretty soon. I mean, it could be. The NAM 3K could be right with storms being explosive by 5 Eastern, about an hour from now. You've got 61 degree dew points up into, get this, 61 degree dew points already being observed all the way up here north of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And if you look at the HRRR and you go to what it thinks right now, which it's currently 20Z, it thinks that there is 56 degree dew points, 57, 56 degree dew points there. So it's still running about 4 degrees drier for dew points, which is literally the matter of elevated storms and surface-based storms. Because that's a big difference there. The big difference between, say, a 13-degree temperature dew point spread and then plus 4 would be like 17. That's a big difference there. Okay, HRRR still doesn't initiate here at 22Z. It looks like the NAM is handling moisture pretty poorly as well. I think the HRRR is doing the worst, though. HRRR 19Z again for 20Z. Yeah, I mean, it's running significantly more dry. Again, observed dew points out here near Blair, 61 degrees. HRRR says that it is closer to 50. That's like 11 behind. Which basically why that's very important is that could mean the HRRR is going to push initiation later. It's probably going to push it significantly later. So I don't think the HRRR 19Z is going to be correct either. I would expect storms to fire. Personally, I'd say 5. 5:30 is when I think storms are going to fire. I think the HRRR is too late, and I think the NAM3K is too early. And that's the annoying thing about model runs. Wow. Somebody who I follow on Twitter who is a very conservative person actually thinks this should have went 15 significant. Which I know you don't know how much that means, but like the person who said that is, I mean, he's extremely, extremely conservative. But let me see where that person said. Let's see here. Yeah. I don't know. See, that's tricky. That's tricky. See, the SPC still has a 10 significant, so there's still definitely a chance for strong tornadoes today. But there is also that opportunity that nothing fires. However, the only thing that points towards nothing firing is model runs day of. And that doesn't carry much weight with it. You want to be now casting. And on the now casting side of things, I mean, everything points towards storms firing possibly in like an hour and a half. I mean, moisture is overperforming if you compare it to the HRRR. The warm sector is more north compared to the HRRR. I don't know about like the shortwave itself compared to the HRRR because I can't compare that on College of Dew page. Let's go to this here. Weather, MEDARs. Let's see. Which one is it? Man, I've forgotten which one this is. Oh, there's an MCD on the northern side. Look at that. So we'll read that in just a moment once it comes out fully. Okay. I'm gonna go see if that's out right now. Okay, it just came out, so that's gonna be here shortly. Was that a purple MCD? Did I see that right? I did. High-based thunderstorms will gradually intensify with eastward extent. Watch issuance will eventually be needed later this evening. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour and large hail as large as 2.5 inch in diameter possible. So that's up here. That isn't a marginal risk, man. That isn't a marginal risk. If I'm not mistaken, that's right at your strong lower level cyclonic low pressure there. Right, yes. Can I look at the other 850 millibar? Let's see. Yeah, so this is up in Kansas. If I show you Mesoanalysis, there's your low right there. That closed low right in here. That's your low pressure. If we go to this, there you go. Now you really see it. 988 surface millibar low pressure. So yeah, these storms should fire. I don't think they will be very intense. I don't think they'll be producing up to 80 mile per hour winds, but I do think they will form probably once they get into a better environment here in about 2 hours on like the central side of this MCD to the eastern side. However, sometimes if the forcing's just strong enough with that low pressure, just simply the forcing mixed in with light rain showers can cause damaging winds. Yeah, there's the HRRR. Literally initiates 2-3 discrete supercells in southern Kansas, central Oklahoma. An hour past 8, so 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern. Very late initiation there. I just don't think we're going to see that late of initiation with how surface observations look. I don't think we're going to be waiting all the way till 8 or 9. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. But who knows? Who knows? Yeah, let me show you satellite imagery again. So that CU field's now spreading up northward. It's going just north of Elk City now. So that's your primary CU field now. You have a secondary CU field back out towards San Angelo. I don't think that's going to fire. Yeah, that shouldn't fire towards San Angelo. It looks too far west. And then, of course, you have your... See, that's why they issued your MCD. You can see definitely got towers going up here along this CU field on far northern side of your risk, northwestern Kansas. Ooh, weather on the go. That's tricky. Personally, I would skip both and go to Oklahoma. That's what I would do. I would fully skip tomorrow's chase and go to Oklahoma. Tomorrow should be full of fast-moving HP supercells, probably embedded in a line. And if not embedded in a line, then in northern Illinois, it's going to be a HP fast-moving supercell. Either way, they're going to be fast-moving and difficult to keep up with. But, personally, I think I would, skip. But if I had to chase, I would probably go for, like, Western Kentucky for any prefrontal threat. I would probably have to go skip that warm front threat because there's... Along the cold front, warm front, you do have stronger forcing along that area, so there's the opportunity that things just grow upscale too fast and you end up with a weak line as opposed to a discrete storm along the warm front tomorrow. For just a second there, we hit 400 viewers. That's the most viewers we've had probably since, what was it? Was it April 2nd? I think it was April 2nd. Last year. For some reason in April, my views always peak the highest. Like, even if we get a high risk in, like, March or May, it's the views just for some reason are higher in April. So I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Hopefully you're staying weather aware out there, staying safe, and keeping an eye on this risk. If you're just now tuning in, you didn't see that SPC outlook. Here it is. There's your new SPC outlook. It didn't... actually, I'll go check for you right now. I didn't get to see that side-by-side comparison. I want to see if literally anything changed whatsoever. Okay, just the general thunderstorm risk. So they didn't even touch the enhanced risk. Yeah, 10 sig stayed fully the same. 30 sig hail stayed fully the same. 30 sig wind stayed fully the same. They didn't touch a thing on this SPC outlook, which is interesting. Personally, I kind of think they should have expanded that significant tornado threat just the smallest bit more north, just in case we see any storms in this area that become surface-based. But they're thinking all those will be elevated, which is why if you turn over to your wind risk here, you can see the wind risk is substantially more north, as well as substantially more east than the tornado threat. I'm not sure when we'll see a MCD from the SPC for a watch issuance in Oklahoma. Normally, the CU field has to have a bit of towers with it. You have to see a little bit more bubbles with it, or even convection on radar. We're not seeing that just yet. Again, if we go to your satellite, it's just a very large area of just a CU field. That's really what it is. Large region of just CU here, which is the stage before initiation. Once initiation is ongoing or you start seeing rain, we'll probably get an MCD. I've seen them put out MCDs when severe thunderstorm warnings start going up. I've seen them put MCDs out before the CU field even starts. It just depends. They don't have like a set rule for when they issue a mesoscale discussion. If you don't know what an MCD is, it's a mesoscale discussion. It's what the SPC issues to issue a watch eventually. So, for instance, this yellow thing right here is an MCD. That's a mesoscale discussion. And if you read that discussion, there is a 60% chance that they will issue some sort of watch. Most likely it will be a severe watch, considering it is, they're talking about elevated convection. So there's a pretty good chance it would end up being a severe watch, not a tornado watch. Thank you, Scorp, for the $2 donation. Let's see here. I'll go check this area just real quick. So northwest of Columbus for tomorrow is, let's see, it's probably an enhanced, yeah. So definitely could see a few spin up tornadoes. Your main threat, though, is going to be damaging winds. You are on that east side of the enhanced risk, so the storms may be on a bit more of a weakening trend by the time they get to you. So I'd say 70-mile-per-hour winds, a few spin-up tornadoes, and some isolated small hail up to about 1.5 inches in diameter possible for you. You are still in that enhanced risk, so you're in the primary risk area. It's just you're on the eastern side of it, so storm should be dying out. Also, your timing will probably be near midnight Eastern time tomorrow night. Alright. Is the HRRR going to go out that far? Okay, it does. Yeah, see, look at this. Here's the HRRR for Thursday. And that's a good setup right there. You've got a cold front back here. Looks like a broad low. I actually can't figure out what that is. Is that even a low? Something's in here. Your winds are changing all which way directions in this area, but you definitely have like a cold front generally where I've put a line in pink. And then a generalized warm front back up in this area. And you have a low pressure probably in Kansas? Let me see, WPC. Ah, you've got 3 low pressures actually. So you have a low here, a low here, a low up here, and then a low down here. So you actually have 3 low pressures. That's why your winds are going every which way, because you've got 3 lows in that area for Thursday setup. And you can see that very favorable environment there at 2 p.m. So I do think we could see a couple tornadoes, probably a few strong in this area, and that will move slowly northward, very slowly northward with time. So I do think we could see a 10 significant risk for strong tornadoes introduced generally in this vicinity for Thursday afternoon. That would not surprise me. I'll get to those donations in just a second. Give me just a second here. All right. Let's see. Northwest Arkansas. So, you're in the overnight risk. I think you're in one of the better areas to avoid very significant severe weather, because storms are going to die out overnight in your area, and then tomorrow they're going to probably form barely to your east. So you could see still a spin-up tornado, some damaging winds up to about 65, 70 miles per hour winds, and then some isolated large hail up to about 1.5 inches in diameter. But hopefully storms die out before they get to you. And the main timing is very late tonight, technically tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning between like 4 to 8 a.m. there's a chance for severe weather. And then tomorrow closer towards the afternoon time frame, from closer to like 10 to 1 p.m. there's a chance for severe weather. But I think things should split over you, so you're not in that absolute highest threat. Chicago, damaging winds probably going to be the biggest issue, right? Yeah, damaging winds. Could see 80-mile-per-hour winds up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Large hail up to about an inch and a half in diameter, maybe even as large as 2 inch in diameter. And a few spin-up tornadoes all possible tomorrow. That absolute prime tornado risk, though, is going to be further to your south. Barely to your south. As we had that new moderate risk issued recently from the SPC for tomorrow's threat. Just going to keep an eye on this page right here. This is our radar software GR2, or rather GR Earth. GR Earth. And whenever we get one of these little outlines here, that's a mesoscale discussion. So we're keeping an eye out for probably a red mesoscale discussion regarding probably the potential for a tornado watch at some point to be issued generally in this area here. From about south central Kansas all the way through a good chunk of central Oklahoma. I don't know if they're going to do 2 watches. They may do 2 watches, technically 3. A severe watch up here, maybe another tornado watch here, and then your prime, probably decent probability tornado watch over Oklahoma. So we'll either get 2 or 3 watches along this line. I'm thinking 3. I'm thinking a decent probed severe watch, a okay tiered tornado watch, and then a pretty high-end tornado watch for Oklahoma. I'm thinking 3 watches, but it may be 2. Definitely at least 2. If we look back at satellite imagery, that CU is getting more north, and it's starting to get a little bit wider. So it's starting to get a little bit wider of a CU field, and it is pushing more north. It could be as far north as almost Woodward at this point. So, like I said, I think it's going to be 5:30 once this stuff really starts popping off. 5:30 Eastern. I don't think it will be as late as what the HRRR says at like 9 tonight. And I don't think it will be as soon as what the NAM says at like now. The NAM has storms firing now. And obviously, storms aren't firing at this moment. Let's go back over there. There we go. So if you haven't already, geez, English. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Share the stream with your family, friends, social media. It's greatly appreciated. If you are new to the channel, if you can, hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all so you know when I go live or upload a video. Like I said, we'll be live for still a long time, a very long stream today, and then we're going to do a really, really long stream tomorrow. Unless things change tomorrow, there's a lot of uncertainty regarding the convection tomorrow. We don't know how much morning convections there's going to be. If there's a lot of morning convection, that may hinder development until about 2 p.m. If there's no morning convection, we could see storms fire closer to 11 a.m. So tomorrow is uncertain on exactly when we will be live. (19Z HRRR is in. It initiates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 supercells from central Kansas all the way to north central Texas around the 7 p.m. Eastern time frame. And there's your MCD. There you go. It is yellow, which is interesting. That is interesting. The fact that it is yellow. That is on the western side of their SPC outlook, right? Yeah. I'm very curious to see what they're going to say here. A yellow MCD. Was not expecting that one. I'm guessing they're thinking it's going to fire a lot more substantially more east or so. Something. Because there's no way they put out a severe watch here. I'm waiting for it to come through fully on this end, and then I'll show you guys it. Yeah, it's not going to be a severe watch. It's a freaking tornado watch. It's red. That's GR Earth for you screwing up. 60% chance of a watch. The reason why it's only 60% is because they are uncertain about initiation. Once initiation begins, a watch will be needed later this afternoon or early evening. So that's the only reason why it's 60%, because they don't know exactly when storms will fire. This MCD expires at 6:15 Eastern. CU field has been noted increasing along the southern end of a dry line in western Oklahoma. This area is being monitored for initiation of supercells capable of very large hail, strong tornadoes, and severe wind gusts. Moisture return continues into the southern plains this afternoon as mid-dew points lag further south of the DFW Metroplex. CU has been more numerous in southwestern Oklahoma, with a few towers occasionally deepening and developing across this area. Whilst this activity is currently developing within a worse environment of upper 50 dew points, greater moisture resides to the east of this CU field. Storm initiation timing is a bit uncertain, especially given the filtered isolation of this CU field. However, most guidance shows initiation around the time frame of 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern. Storm coverage remains a question. These uncertainties are the primary driven risk behind a late afternoon moisture return. Mid-level ascent will remain quite modest until after dark. However, the wind profile strongly supports discrete supercells along a dry line. With the risk of very large hail tornadoes. A strong tornado is definitely possible, and this will likely continue if storms move into an increasingly lower level moist environment to the east. Let's see here. Lower level theta E advection should slow offset the increase in nocturnal SIN. And again, once there is more certainty in initiation, a watch will be needed. So there's a 60% chance a watch is issued before 6:15 p.m. Eastern, and that's for the possibility of all hazards. If it's later, they'll issue a watch anyways. We have a 60% chance of seeing a watch issued before 6:15 Eastern. Main threat, by the way, is up to 3.5-inch hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and a few strong tornadoes, all being possible. This threat would include Woodward, from Woodward, Oklahoma, up towards about the Melford, Oklahoma area, back east towards the OKC Metro, all the way south towards Seymour, Wichita Falls, Texas, and then also as far southwest as towards the Mangum and El Dorado area in southwest Oklahoma. So there you go. There's your MCD for that CU field we've been talking about for about the last hour or so. We've watched that CU field go from central northern Texas, and now it's going into west central Oklahoma. You can see it right there. Still going more north. So now 2 MCDs out, and like I mentioned before, it looks like they're going to do 3 watches. I was thinking either 2 watches or 3. It looks like we're going to see 3 watches. So you can see we're going to end up with a watch on the northern edge, closer to that low pressure. The southern edge for that potentially high-end tornado threat. And then in the middle as well for whatever convection may develop around the Wichita area. I think this area is probably the most uncertain. I think this region right in here is probably the most uncertain in terms of the overall threat for severe weather, because more north, we know for a fact these are going to be more elevated, so it's going to be a hail, wind threat, isolated tornado threat. The southern side, we know it's going to be more surface-based storm, so it's a significant all-hazards threat. And in the middle, it's kind of more of a question mark there on exactly what may happen and what may initiate. Also, earlier today, the SPC issued a Rare Enhanced Risk PWO. That is a public weather outlook. The reason for this public weather outlook, which is typically issued only on moderate risk and high risk days, is for the potential of strong to intense tornadoes in the overnight hours. So specifically, their hazard is a few intense tornadoes some hurricane force wind gust, and some baseball sized hail into the overnight hours. And that PWO, typically they only issue those for moderate risks and high risks. Today they are, I'm pretty much expecting at least 1 or 2 strong tornadoes edits. As long as storms fire, which it seems like the closer we get, the more likely it is. I mean, now we're getting a new mesoanalysis. Here's a new mesoanalysis. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a in-depth dive here real quick. All right, so here's your observations. These are your new observations. You can see that 60-degree dew point line right in here. Generally in that area is where you have 60-degree dew points. It's a little bit more sporadic here in central Oklahoma, but that's generally where your 60-degree dew points are. So your primary dry line is located like right in here. Right where that CU field is developing. If we go to surface, or rather visible satellite. I literally drew like right on top of the CU field. Look at that. There's your CU field right there. So that's literally on top of the dry line right now, which is why we're not seeing storms fire at this exact second. But as those move more to the northeast, they should fire. And then there's your instability. And I mean, man, again, as you get into spring, we're no longer in winter. So we're looking for more of 1,000 instability as opposed to 500 now. I mean, that goes all the way up into southern Kansas now. So that's your favorable instability axis right there. And you even have some 3,000 instability sneaking in here in southwest Oklahoma. Little one there in north central Texas. So plenty of instability. As long as this capping doesn't move over like this area here, it shouldn't be an issue for storm initiation. This capping should kind of stay eastward until we get towards about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. And then most of the warm sector will be capped. Most of the warm sector will end up being capped around that time frame, which is why in order for us to see a notable tornado threat, we're going to have to see those storms fire before that 8, 9 p.m. Eastern time frame. Wind shear shouldn't be much of an issue, yeah, especially as the trough pulls through in about 4 hours. You can see everything revolving around wind shear will increase as those storms really start to explode. That peak tornado threat, again, will be from about 7 to give or take 10 p.m. Eastern. And I mean, your wind shear will just rapidly, I guess, intensify is the word we'll use. The reason for that is because you'll have that shortwave trough that moves across the area, and that increases the area flow here. At 6 hours out, you can see that shortwave from northwest Kansas, southwest Missouri, or rather, northwest Kansas, southwest Nebraska, my bad. And that goes through Missouri, Iowa, more of Nebraska, all the way back down into central Oklahoma. It's like generally right in there is where that shortwave is in about 6 hours. Oh, a little bit more west of that black line I just drew. Slightly more to the west. And that should allow for a very significant lower level jet response as well. Yeah, look at that. What is that? Is that like 65 knot? Yeah, that's 55 knot lower level jet there in Oklahoma over much of our primary warm sector in about 4 to 6 hours. You're already up to 8 supercell composites, so I mean, you're already very favorable out there. There's your hodograph. You could see not a very well mature hodograph sounding. Normally, you're going to want more curvature into the mid levels and the upper levels back here, but the lower levels and like towards the 600 to about the 900 millibar range or so, you definitely have a really good amount of wind shear in place at this exact moment. SKUT. Definitely have a little temperature degree dew point spread there. Your dew points will improve further. There's your point values, almost 3,000 instability, mixed layer instability, 2,100, 127 lower level wind shear. So you're actually lacking a bit in that lower level wind shear. If we go back to that hodograph, you can see we don't have much sharp curvature with that. lower level, it's more of just like a line. We don't have really intense curvature just yet with that lower level hodograph. So we'll see. If I pull a simulated sounding for tonight, we'll go off the NAM model. Probably a pretty dumb idea. The NAM's just dead wrong. I don't want to really pull this. Southwest Oklahoma tonight at about 6 p.m. I just know the NAM's wrong. Let's see. Okay, I think this area will be the best. Okay, this is going to be at 8 p.m. in central Oklahoma. So about 4 hours from now. 3.5 hours actually from now. And you can see here, your lower levels are going to get substantially more curvature to them. Very significant curvature towards that 8 p.m. Eastern time frame. You can see 372 lower level helicity there. Still good cape. That capping builds in again, so storms have to fire before this time frame. This is 8 p.m. We got to see those storms firing before 8 p.m. Eastern, which we may see storms fire here in an hour. We already have that MCD out from the SPC. So, yeah, let me go ahead and pull this up here. We're 7 away from our goal. 7 away from our subscriber goal. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Also, make sure you hit the notification bell set to all because YouTube does not like to doesn't like to recommend videos too well. Now let me go over to, I think that was really all I wanted to show you guys on Mesoanalysis. That was really all I wanted to show you guys. Did I show you guys the, yeah, here's where the low pressure is. I know I showed this a little while ago, but here's the newest one. Still low pressure there. It's hard to say exactly where the primary forcing is in this. But I mean, if you live anywhere in this whole area here, I'm sure it's pretty windy out there, especially in central Oklahoma, where that moisture advection's ongoing. This area's got to be pretty dang windy. I don't know if I could see any observed gust, but I'm sure you're getting gusts probably close to 30 out there, because those isobarbs are very, very close to each other. I guess we could look at violent tornado parameters. I mean, you can't look at that for the future, so we'll just go for STP. Okay, there's STP, significant tornado parameters. You can see we're, I mean, literally in 2 to 4 hours. 2 to 4 hours. So you're like right at that 7 p.m. Eastern time frame. The environment's just going to explode. It's just going to explode as that trough traverses the Rockies more. Let's see. 43 mile per hour winds measured in Tulsa, 22 steady in OKC. Yeah. Not surprised that you're getting winds out there at all. We got a very strong low pressure in Kansas, and that's resulting in very tight isobarbs and contours across much of the central U.S. What's the next update we can look forward to here? There's not really a lot of updates from the SPC until later tonight. I mean, we'll still get our mesoanalysis. We'll get the we get the HRRR here in like 20 minutes in the mesoanalysis at 5:15 or so. So there's still updates that we can continue to look at here as we get closer to initiation. Yeah, not much storms actually firing right now, which again is to be expected. Our main time frame for those storms to fire is 5:30 to about 7 or so. That's like your primary time frame. If we don't have storms ongoing at 7, again, we may have a little bit of an issue with capping. Every single HRRR run is posted on Twitter, I swear. Just every single run. It's what people look at. Again, try, especially if you're properly trying to forecast, try to refrain from looking at model runs day of. It's very difficult, though. I still look at them day of. But that's why, like, some of these model runs don't have initiation occurring, because I'm sure some of them are underdoing dew points, instability. Actually, instability is interesting. Let me go see that. HRRR is still correct about instability. It's slightly underdoing dew points still. So this is your nationwide radar here, looking at Oklahoma. Nothing happening. Nothing happening at the moment, which again is to be expected. The first storms to start going up are going to be these, and I don't think these will end up being severe until they move into north central Kansas. Right now they're in northwest Kansas. So I still think they got some time to go here along the low pressure before they become strong to severe. They may start intensifying as soon as 5:30. But that's probably where we're going to see a watch at first. I have to imagine that this area up here, Kansas, southern Nebraska, is going to end up inside a severe watch before we get any type of watch in Oklahoma. We're at 194 likes, so if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button as well. Once these storms really start popping off, that's where I stop saying stuff like that. But right now, I mean, it's more of a nowcasting and waiting situation. We're not really tracking any imminent severe weather. We don't have a single severe. There's not a single warning active in the U.S. right now. We do have some special weather statements. Those are in California and Florida. Actually, interesting enough, we do indeed have a 2% tornado risk up here over Sacramento, California. I know that's not the main area we're going to be covering at all today, but there is a chance we could see a tornado warning out here, or potentially a tornado around the Sacramento, California area. At the same time, we're starting to deal with these storms here. I mean, you can see our main cold front is like right back here. That's literally where our cold front is. And it's going to move faster on the northern side. So this side, the cold front's going to move pretty fast. But on the southern side, it's going to stay relatively stationary. Or at least be a very slow moving. Your cold front doesn't pass through the Oklahoma City area until probably about 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. 5 a.m. tomorrow morning is when that cold front's going to pass through Oklahoma City. It's mainly going to be a dry line that initiates thunderstorms out here. Dry line mixed with a short wave trough that initiates storms out here in western Oklahoma. Welcome back, Caleb. Glad to see you in here. I'm not trusting the HRRR much, Marco. I think it's over-convecting everything. Tomorrow is really tricky. I'm going to be honest with you. I am a little surprised they pulled the moderate. I know in my video I said I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled a day 2 moderate, but with how much uncertainty there is and how many inconsistencies on supercells firing, I am a little surprised they pulled the moderate. It does surprise me a little bit. Now today they didn't pull a moderate. Although I really gotta agree with most of Twitter. I know that's something you don't want to do, but I kind of think they should have pulled a moderate today. The closer we get, the more I'm like, yeah, they probably should have pulled it. But there's still a chance nothing fires. There's still a chance nothing fires. That's why they've kept it at 10 sig. Thankfully, we don't have the 2%, right? I mean, the other day, this was like a 2% tornado risk, so at least they acknowledge that there's definitely the chance for significant tornadoes today. See, again, just on Twitter, everybody's looking at like instability forecast on the HRRR like 1 hour in advance. You just really, like I said, you one day of, it's still okay to look at model runs in comparison wise, but don't just look at like the simulated reflectivity every single hour on the HRRR and expect it to be correct. But it is a good idea to compare like model run trends for day of, just to see if like something's uptrended or if something's downtrended. But you have to compare like a full day of model runs. Don't compare like the HRRR from 4 o'clock to the HRRR from 3 o'clock. Compare like the HRRR from 11 a.m. this morning all the way till 4 p.m. today. Compare a big line of it, which is very easy to do on College 2 page. Let me go over here again. So we are getting a new HRRR in about 10 minutes. The main thing I'm looking for is to see if it initiates earlier, just because I still think the HRRR is not initiating soon enough. But again, like I just said, you don't really want to pay attention to every single HRRR simulated reflectivity day of the event. Looking at satellite once again here. Again, this CU field has already started firing up. That's why we have that MCD and probably going to get a severe watch at some point here in about, I'd say probably about an hour. We're still probably about a good hour before these end up needing a severe watch. Again, it's tricky to say when they'll issue a watch because they really do it whenever they want. I've seen them wait till I've seen tornado warnings issued before they even issue the watch, and then I've seen where there's not even rain inside of the watch yet and they issue it. Or there's not even rain inside of the main risk area, they issue the watch. So it just depends, but most typically from what I know is once storms start to fire and things start to look pretty strong, that's when they issue the watch, which should be in about an hour in north central Kansas when things start to be a little bit more intense. For initiation, we're watching the CU field out here in Oklahoma, right in this area. It's still moving more north. It keeps on moving more north-northeast. And that should continue throughout the entirety rest of today until it eventually fires a bunch of thunderstorms. Anywhere between 5:30, the earliest 5:30 Eastern, all the way till about 7 p.m. Eastern. And again, if nothing's fired at 7 p.m. Eastern, then that means something's gone wrong in the environment. And then we can start talking about, you know, what's gone wrong or something. But I think we'll see initiation before 7 p.m. Everything points towards us seeing thunderstorms fire in the next 2.5 hours. Everything points towards that. And again, we get a new mesoanalysis here at 5:15 Eastern. If you're wondering about the next SPC outlook for today, that won't be out until 9 p.m. tonight. So we're stuck with the current outlook we have for a while. Proxy, the violent tornado threat for both of these days is definitely low, but it is there. For today, it's all going to come down to if a discrete storm can be all by itself, hence discrete, around the 8 p.m. time frame. And if that happens, that storm would probably have potentially a violent tornado threat. Tomorrow, it's all going to come down to prefrontal supercells in front of the main line around 7, 8 p.m. or so. But the main threat for both of these days today, I'll go over it again. Today, I don't think will be as widespread, which is why we don't have a moderate risk. If we look at this here, so storms will fire probably a bit west of where the HRRR is saying, and there's going to be a few supercells. So we're going to have a few supercells that fire, and some of these are going to try to produce strong tornadoes. And if we get a storm like this is 8 p.m. Central Time, north of OKC, that would have a potentially violent tornado threat with it if that happens. So today is a lot more of a significant day with less storms. So it's more strong tornadoes as opposed to multiple tornadoes, right? So we have a better opportunity to see stronger tornadoes than we do to see a bunch of tornadoes all over the place. Whereas tomorrow, it looks like we're going to see tornadoes inside a full-fledged line tomorrow night. And that would be multiple strong to potentially an intense tornado or two. But that violent tornado that would be very, very limited, only to any prefrontals that may form in front of the line, which the HRRR does have one southeast of Paducah and east of Paducah for tomorrow. But that's going to change a lot. That is going to change a lot. This reflectivity is going to change a lot over the next couple hours. Because once storms fire, the HRRR will probably realize that it's being dumb and it's wrong. So I think today, like I said, I think today is more of a strong tornado threat with fewer actual tornadoes, whereas tomorrow is more of a bunch of tornadoes, but slightly on the lower side of strength. Still could see a few strong tornadoes tomorrow, but maybe not as good of that intense to violent tornado threat. And that's why we have a moderate risk for tomorrow, because they're very confident in multiple strong tornadoes in this area. And we almost got a moderate for today. We're pretty much at a moderate risk, right? We're as close to being at a moderate without being at a moderate. But the reason why they didn't issue that moderate risk is because they don't have enough confidence in multiple supercells. You know, 1 or 2 supercells could produce strong tornadoes, but there's not enough confidence in like 5+ supercells producing strong tornadoes, which wasn't enough for them to issue that moderate risk. But I don't know. I really personally, I really feel like they should have issued it. Because all it takes is literally one storm, and we could have a long-tracked, strong to violent tornado through, like, half of central Oklahoma. I mean, that's all it takes is literally just one single cell in this environment. Even if it was just a small moderate, you know? Even if it was just a little moderate near the OKC area. But again, they just don't have that moderate confidence in multiple supercells firing. Whereas tomorrow, it should be a line of embedded supercells. And again, tomorrow does have high-risk caliber potential. It's all going to come down to prefrontals, and I just don't think we'll see them. I don't think we'll see a high risk tomorrow. I don't see it happening personally. I think there's not enough confidence in prefrontals firing. But after today, tomorrow will become a lot more clear. This supercell threat really started uptrending this morning. Literally this morning, this threat started uptrending. So morning of the event, things started to uptrend. And I think tomorrow might be the same way. Tomorrow could end up being the same way where... Imagine that. I mean, this morning we didn't even have an enhanced out here in Oklahoma, so... If tomorrow uptrends morning of, which it is possible, then that could definitely, that's where your potential high risk caliber setup is. But personal opinion, I don't see tomorrow needing a high risk because there's too much uncertainty on how much prefrontals can form. Southern Wisconsin, probably not. I think there's going to be too much over convection up there. See all this bunch of rain you're going to get. So I think that will hold off instability to where they won't end up issuing an enhanced risk that far north. But I mean, look at that. Your Wisconsin's only like 5 miles from the enhanced risk right now. And not very far. And then just to show you again, by the way, 4 a.m. Thursday morning, that's your big hailers out there near the DFW. I'm unsure if it's going to be over or just north of the DFW, but somewhere in this area, we're going to get some big hailers, up to 3-inch hail between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. Between 3 and 7 a.m. Thursday morning. Between 3 and 7 a.m. Thursday morning Eastern time. There you go. I think it's too late to issue a moderate risk. Maybe if at 9 p.m. there's multiple cells that have already fired and they're producing tornadoes, I guess it's possible that they may issue a absolute. There wouldn't even be a last second moderate; it'd be a late moderate. Yeah, Neto Cash just went moderate today as well. So I kind of feel like that moderate was needed. The closer we get, the more I feel like it was needed. Let's see here. And see, we're not seeing any of that crappy line convection like the NAM was showing. So again, if you haven't already, I know I keep saying that, but there's a lot of people who are tuning in and out. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. More importantly, make sure you hit the like button and share the stream. The more likes we have, the more people we can reach. The more people you share this to, the more people are weather aware. So it's greatly, greatly appreciated. We are getting a new HRRR any minute now. Actually, right now, it is currently 0 frames in, so it's literally rendering at this moment. It says 0% in. We'll see if that initiates any earlier. Again, I'm not expecting initiation until between 5:30 and 7. Anything yet? Nope, no watches. I feel like we're getting a little bit closer. That CU field's getting larger and larger and more north. I feel like we're getting closer and closer to initiation here. We'll just have to see what fires. I mean, today could be an absolute huge day for tornadoes. This is the type of setup that reminds me of so many other historic days in Oklahoma. I don't want to name any because I don't want to scare anybody. But, I mean, these are the type of setups that produce crazy tornadoes. Like that one storm takes up all the environment and produces a crazy tornado. That's the feeling for today. Which happened a lot. And that's happened a lot in Oklahoma. Most of the time in May. But, shoot, April 1st, we have a good setup in Oklahoma. Which we knew we were going to end up with a few of them for sure. But overall, Oklahoma for this whole year as a whole, Oklahoma should have a relatively below average tornado season. It depends what happens in May. I can't wait till we get to May. I really want to see if we're going to end up with a big high pressure or not. What was I gonna... Oh, yeah. This. Yeah, CSU does have a moderate today and a high risk tomorrow, but CSU does overdo probabilities quite often. So, um, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it has a high risk for tomorrow. It's not something I'd panic about by any means. Just make sure you're weather aware. You'll be fine. That's the biggest thing. If you're in any of these risks, just make sure you're hyper weather aware. Make sure your family knows about the threat for severe weather. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive those watches warnings. Let's see here. Give me just a moment. Actually, I'm looking at it right now, Rockets. It did not do better. The SPC did substantially better than CSU. Matter of fact, we had about right around 5 tornadoes in CSU's high risk, whereas for the SPC, we had closer to about 10 or 11, maybe even a little bit more. So the SPC actually did considerably better. CSU also had a 5% all the way up into friggin' Northeast Michigan. That sure didn't verify. It also had a 10% in Ohio. That definitely didn't verify either. So it shows you, I mean, it's still good to look at it, you know, just for forecasting help, but I try my best not to show it often on this stream because I don't want to confuse you guys on which one to listen to. Always go for the SBC. Now, I do think, let's see here. Oh, wow. Yeah, it also did quite bad on March 14th, too. Its main risk was displaced to the south. Matter of fact, CSU's 15 significant didn't even have a single tornado in it on March 14th. Whereas the SPC nailed, I don't know, 30 tornadoes in their 15 sig. So, it's definitely not perfect. It's definitely not perfect. In my opinion, it always overdoes probabilities, especially once you get closer. Like, actually, like all the time, right? Because for this risk, it had like a high risk on day 6 for tomorrow's risk. So I mean, it like always does over probabilities. Man, I haven't gotten a single frame in on this HRRR. It's slow. Is it in on Radar Omega? And maybe in... Nope. I thought it was maybe in one more frame, but not really. Let's see if anything's firing. This is all radar interference, by the way. That's not actually storms. Next Mesoanalysis is in about 15 minutes. Right around 15 minutes. That CU field is definitely more north and getting a lot more widespread. It keeps on keeps on getting more widespread. Apparently it is in like 2026, but it keeps pushing off because I swear last year they said the RRFSA was going to replace the HRRR and they would discontinue the HRRR in late 2024. And that's what Twitter said, and the HRRR is still here. I don't like the RRFSA. I don't like it. It's too much of a supercell printer. Now a new MCD. You ain't gonna guess this one. California, a brief tornado or strong wind gust is possible this afternoon. No watch will be issued, but still could see a tornado out there in California. Watch it perform better than Oklahoma. We'll see. Finally, some more frames in the HRRR. And HRRR still doesn't initiate for a while. Yeah, it doesn't even initiate till like 8. Right now it's at 7 o'clock and it still hasn't initiated. I'm assuming it will initiate at 8. But we'll see. I think it's too late on the HRRR. Which one was it? Yeah, like the 16Z initiated thunderstorms at 22Z, which that's 6. I think that might be a little bit more realistic. Yeah, but this is still just a very large, wide CU field. It still doesn't seem like it has an imminent initiation threat with it. Still looks like it's going to be probably about I'd say at least another hour. $5:30 to 7 is when we should see this stuff fire. And 5:30 is in 29 minutes now. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all, so you know when I go live tomorrow. Like I said, I'm a little unsure when I'll be live exactly tomorrow. I know I'll be live at some point, but there's a lot of question marks with the exact timing of storms. We just got a PDS flash flood watch in central Arkansas. This is a particularly dangerous situation for multiple counties. A foot to a foot and 3 inches of rain possible. This is a once in every 25 to 100 year event, falling within 4 days. Ooh, let me rephrase that actually. Hold on a second. Geez. This is a quote here. Once in a generational event. And then further down in their discussion, happens once in a generation to once in a lifetime. Jeez. Areas that have never flooded before may flood. A rare flash flooding threat. This is a life-threatening and particularly dangerous situation. Jeez. 15 inches of snow. Snow? No. Rain. My bad. Not snow. No. Rain. My bad. Still, I guess I'm still in the winter spirit. Rain. Let me show you guys rain here. Yeah, there you go. This is over, this is like the next 2 days, so this isn't everything. So within like the next 48 hours, it drops about 7 inches of rain. And then that's still another 3 more days left of very heavy rain. Let's see. I'll show you. This is the primary area here. So the dark red and the pink. That's where we are going to see between 12 to 15 inches of rain. The PDS flood watch, I believe, was issued for Arkansas. If we go over to here and turn on flood watches. Let's see. Hydro flood watch. That's a big old flood watch. I don't know how much of this is PDS. This is the one that I clicked on that was PDS here. Yeah, see, this is a PDS watch. That's not PDS, but look at that. Look at the wording, Kentucky. Historical high forecast rainfall amounts. So I think the PDS one is in Arkansas. Does it go to, okay, it's in Northeast Arkansas, Central Arkansas, not in Far Eastern Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas, Southwest Arkansas. So it's like a good chunk of like this area here is in a PDS flood watch for a once in every 25 to 100 year event / once in a lifetime to generation event. There we go. Bring this back down here. Alright, here's the new HRRR. It should be in enough to see if it initiates. And it barely even initiates. Interesting. I wonder why. It initiates one storm in southern Kansas. Actually, I can tell you why. It's because it takes too long. Storms don't start firing until about 8:30 or 9, and the capping's already built in by then. So, yeah, I hope that happens to where we don't see any storms in Oklahoma, but I don't find that being a very realistic scenario. I think we have a better chance to see storms than not to see storms. We'll see how it goes, though. We'll keep waiting for it. I'm trying to see if there's any other hints towards if this might not fire. Yeah. I mean, everything points towards it firing. I can't even tell you why the HRRR doesn't fire it other than that capping. I should say why the HRRR doesn't fire it early. I mean, the NAM fired it at freaking 4:30, which that's already passed. So we know that was wrong. It's crazy. I mean, I'd be fine with not getting anything here. Like I said, this is a very, very potent environment. Especially after or around the 7 p.m. Eastern time frame. So, here it is, 7 o'clock. Nothing. Not a raindrop in the entire state of Oklahoma. Not even a single raindrop anywhere in the state of Oklahoma. 7 p.m. according to this model run. Let's see if that verifies. We will see. I wonder if it might be like overdoing capping or something. 5 p.m. It looks about the same. Maybe the capping is a little bit more west on the HRRR, but it looks like right about the same. I can tell you this, the HRRR is definitely underdoing instability by about 500 joules in southwest Oklahoma. I think it has too much capping, and not enough cape. I think it's underdoing it a bit. Oh, 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 oh. Hold on. Let's go here, here, here. Yep. There you go. We got one drop of rain. The HRRR is already wrong. Also, it looks like it's initiating more north too, near Clinton. The almighty blip. Yup. Yeah, yep. There you go. Another one, Clinton. Yeah, and there you go. Another one. We're going. The blip outbreak. Yep. Yeah, that's early. That's even early than what I was thinking. I was thinking 5:30, the absolute earliest. Now, I don't think these are going to explode into ridiculous supercells immediately. They got to get more east. But that's the thing. They are moving east, northeast. So that's where they're moving. Once the dry line comes in, they will move dead east. Actually, they should be moving dead east pretty soon. I wouldn't be surprised if these just die out. I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised at all. It wouldn't shock me if they just died out. But I think it's this little guy right here and these two little guys up here that are firing. Somewhere around that. It's from our CU field, for sure. For sure from our CU field. Did we get an observed sounding at 18Z? Yeah, we did. In Western Florida. Can't really use that, not gonna lie. Can't really use that. Alright, and now the watching of tiny little rain showers begins. Actually, we should get a new Mesoanalysis now. Is it 21Z? Yes. Yeah, these guys are firing in a favorable environment. Has the shear improved at all, though, over the last 2 hours? Yep, it's up to about 100. So definitely not good for a strong tornado now, but in 2 hours, once it gets up to 400, yes, it will be good for a strong tornado threat. And then in 3 hours, once it gets up to 550, it will definitely be good for a strong tornado threat. So there's our little storm, our first little storm of the day. At least out in Oklahoma. So the HRRR is already wrong. Disregard the newest HRRR because we already have storms firing. It said it wouldn't rain in Oklahoma until at least 7 p.m. This is Southwest Oklahoma. Well, actually, the little storm we're watching is near Clinton, Oklahoma. Where'd the third little guy go? Oh, there he is. So we have one here. One here. And one here. Where's that one coming from? That's not even near our CU field. I don't know what that little guy's doing. Is it gone? Nope, it's there. I don't know where that thing came from. That's not even in our CU field. Interesting. That's going to go into a better environment right off the bat. More wind sheared environment. That's going to go into our best environment, but it's not even part of our CU field, so I don't even know if that's going to be able to survive, even though it's going to be in a very, very volatile environment. I don't even know if it's going to be able to survive through the capping. If it can intensify rapidly and like over the next hour, it probably could survive the cap. But it's in a very volatile environment until it gets towards like Lindsay or so, somewhere in here. And then it's just going to die right out. That's if it even survives at all. I don't even know if it's going to survive. We'll see if any of these survive. They may just be little tiny blips that do nothing, and then our main show starts a little later. Yeah, you can see above my face cam, there's a few little more puffs now, especially on the northern side of our CU. There's definitely a few more puffs. Oh, look at that. We've got a ridiculous 27 dBz rain shower. There's your echo tops. So definitely storms going up. Echo tops is another way to figure out if there's storms. No echo tops being detected on where was that other one? Did he already fall apart? I don't even see him anymore. Where is he? I lost him. I lost the little guy. He was somewhere in here. Oh, there he is. Nope, that's not him. That's interference. They're so small. I'm losing the. Oh, I saw it for a second from the what radar? This radar. There you go. Found him again. No echo tops though. But there you go. 1, 2, 3. 3 little blips trying to go, and I think there was a 4th one. We just got to use the closer radar. Oh, 1 blip is gone. 1 blip has unfortunately been lost. It was not able to hold. This one might hold. We'll see if any of them can. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if none of them hold, and this is just a little trickery. We've officially lost 1 blip. Let's see here. Wind shear is not there yet, so we'll see. If these do become robust, they're not going to be a tornado threat till after 7. We'll see if they can do anything. Literally anything. Other than just try to die out. I only have faith in one. This one right here, south of Mountain View. That one's probably just going to die right out. Because, the wind shear is just not the best. We'll see. Also, our moisture isn't fully there just yet. Our really good moisture won't be there till at least like 7 as well. So 7 o'clock is when things are probably going to be able to become more tornadic. Even though these storms are firing early. It's still not picked up on MRMS, though. Is that another little guy right there? I can't tell. Yeah, you can see on Echo Tops, only 2 are recognized as showers. Actually, Ethan, the NAM 3K had it firing about almost an hour ago. And the HRRR, what was it, 16Z, had it firing like now. No, that had it firing at like 6. Yeah, 22Z. I mean, they're not extremely early from older guidance, but our newer guidance, they're very early. Like our newest HRRR, that said storms weren't supposed to start firing until like 7, 8. Let's see here. They're not going to survive. Hopefully they don't. That had storms firing at 4. Interestingly, had storms firing at 4. It's weird. Why so early? It actually had them firing closer to like around 3:30 because they were one already had an updraft helicity track at 4. That's very early. That definitely did not happen. It also had a lot better moisture too on that run. Oh, still continuing. Oh no, one's gone again. I don't know if these are going to be able to survive. We'll see. Do you guys think any of them are going to survive? Let's see here. Yeah, I think our main storms will go a little later. Because these things are still tiny little things on satellite, too. They have a long way to go before they become anything close to storms or supercells. That's how supercells start, though. Tiny little storms. But, I mean, these are like tiny, tiny, tiny storms, man. 20,000 feet up, but I bet they're very narrow. Trying to see what Twitter thinks about any of this. See if Twitter thinks these storms are going to survive. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just little storms. That's what blip is. You can see them right here. These are all little blips. Three main blips. Yeah, whatever that one was, very far south, it died out very quick. Yeah, this little guy right here, I mean, that was there. for just a split second and then died out. No, look, more stuff firing. Southwest Kansas. I don't know if those are supposed to do anything. The HRRR definitely didn't pick up on any of that. Well, no, it does have some light rain. I don't think those are going to be able to become strong at all. Yeah, you can see these storms are still very much struggling, as I expected.
Tornado warning for Central Yuba County in Central California, West Central Nevada County in Northern California, Nevada, and Yuba County in California.
Okay. Looks like California is going to perform better than Oklahoma. There you go. A new tornado warning. This one is for California. First warning of the day comes from California. Looky there. That is a radar indicated tornado warning. Out in I guess this is, yeah, this is going into the higher elevations in north central California there. Which that was possible today. We went over that. Watch that be more than what we see in Oklahoma. California has had one tornado warning today. We'll see if Oklahoma can beat it. Not exactly where I was thinking our tornado threat would be today. At least not the primary tornado threat, but there you go. KDAX. That's from this radar site. Oh, that one little pixel there and there? Yeah, I see that. It's very weak rotation. Just make sure you're in your safe spot. I don't know how many people are out here. It's in Smartsville, California. But we are now under a tornado warning out here. So make sure you're in your safe spot. I'm still going to pay main attention to the little blips over here. We got a yellow blip. Yellow blip alert. 31 dBz. 31 dBz now. It's getting extremely strong. It's now dropping closer to moderate rain. Instead of just light rain, it's dropping closer to moderate rain now. This gray is a drizzle, light green, dark green is normal rain, and then yellow is getting closer to moderate rain. If we get any orange or reds, might be getting heavy rain. Like up here. You can see up here, this is our tornado warning in California. So there's your rain there. That's normal rain. Then there's moderate rain. Then you get to heavy rain in here once you get to red, orange. That's like 45 dBz. Yeah. So a drizzle is like around or less than 15 dBz in my opinion. And then normal rain is like around 20 to 30. And then moderate is 35 or so. And then heavy's getting towards 40, 45, which is in here. And then this is, they say any hail with this? Yeah. Yeah, up to 1 inch hail. Yeah, once you get close to that 60 dBz, that's when you get closer to hail. Very, very small hail, of course. Nothing crazy. Oh, more. We got another little blip starting back up here. We're up to 4 blips. 4 blips here. Which one's got the highest echo top? Probably that northern one. 16,000. No, I guess it's the middle one with 21,000. That's the one that just formed. I'll take my satellite imagery back over to Oklahoma. There we go. And none of them look like they're going to become mature. I don't see any like overshooting tops starting or anything like that. So they may just keep on forming and then dying out, which wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. So, yeah, now at a tornado warning here. Tornado warning here for the Smartsville, California area. Yeah, California. An area that's not even remotely close to where we were originally talking about. But at the beginning of the stream, I did say we could see a tornado warning or potentially a tornado out here. And that 2%. I'm pretty sure this is in the 2%, right? Yeah. Right in the 2%. Good job on the SBC there. Let's see here. HRRR, another HRRR will start rendering in about 25 minutes or so. We'll see if that's fixed anything now that we have a little bit of blips starting up here. These are starting to go towards better wind shear as well, but they're also going towards a stronger cap. So I don't think they're going to survive. I don't think those little guys are going to be able to survive this. So there's OKC, 1, 2, about 2 counties west of OKC. Let's see here. 1, 2, so that's like right here. 1,400 surface base cape, 1,300 mixed layer cape, 0 to 1 kilometer shear, and helicity is at 214. So yeah, they're moving into a better sheared environment, but they're also moving into a capped environment. So that tornado warning in California goes for 44 minutes. 44 minutes there. Really quick, I do want to go check something. Oops, not that. So this stream is going to probably end up being about our 4th most popular stream ever. Depending on how long we go for. That is crazy. I appreciate everybody for tuning in so far. Obviously, we're going to stay live tracking this threat. To see exactly what happens. And then we got that random tornado warning still. Smartsville, California. A little bit of both. It's kind of a job and a hobby. I look at it more of a hobby, though. Which is what you want to try to find in life, a job that you enjoy doing. Eventually, we're going to turn it into full chasing. Just full-time chasing. All right, let's go back over to our storms in Oklahoma. Yep. I think that's orange DBZ. 34. 34 DBZ there. That's insane. I've never seen that before. Totally not like California has like 60 DBZ right now. Double that. What are the echo tops up to? Oh, not updated yet. Now, this storm in California, I mean, it's California. It's impressive for California. but it's starting to die out already. You can see it did get a little tight for like 3 to 5 minutes, but then broke apart. So still being your safe spot if you're in the Smartsville and this red polygon here in Central California. But just to put some relief on the imminent tornado threat, I don't believe it's going to be able to produce a tornado. However, it is California, so you never know. Even the tiniest, weakest areas of rotations have produced tornadoes in this area. You never know. Well, I mean, I really don't think these guys are going to be moving into the best environment here. We'll see what the next Mesoanalysis has here at 6:15. Still a while away from that one, but yeah, I mean, if they're able to survive that capping, they might fire decently. It's hard to say. I don't know what they're going to do because they weren't supposed to fire. They were not supposed to fire. That wasn't on the planned threat for today. I wasn't planning on seeing that. Also, we are just 19 likes away from 300 likes. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. It's really appreciated. Again, just to let you know, we're still watching that tornado warning, of course, California, but the area rotation is weakened, so we're just going to keep an eye on it. And I wouldn't be surprised if they cancel that warning soon. I know it goes for, what, like another 30-some minutes? 39 more minutes, but I just wouldn't be surprised if they cancel that early, considering it's barely rotating now. Hold on a moment. Where is this tornado warning at? Smartville. Where's Sacramento? Okay. Is there a Placerville nearby? Campton, Auburn. Trying to figure out exactly where this is. Auburn. That's too far south. Smartsville. Okay, well, what about like this? Nah. See, I'm trying to see if we got a camera on this. Dang. There is a camera on this, but it's not the perfect angle. Yeah, it is already starting to die out, too. I should have looked at this before. We could have actually probably got a good camera angle on it. Well, this is what the end of the storm looks like. That's the tail end of the storm. A lot of scud. Scary looking clouds. So that's the end of your tornado warning. The west side of it where the hook would be. That might have gotten something from a while ago. I don't see much. Other camera I was looking at was this one right in here. Yeah, and it would be on this side of the screen. So little, probably had a little air rotation, but I doubt it was actually a tornado. It's hard to tell if it was a tornado from cameras because cameras just look like it makes everything look like just scud. Although I have seen like 2 or 3 really good tornadoes in California with those cameras. Definitely one very photogenic when I remember it. I think it was that earlier this year. We are now back down to yellow DBZ. So we got up to 34. We're back down to 32 for this tiny little guy here. This little blip. Still about 15,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So not going that high up. I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to do much here. We'll see more intense convection fire along the CU field later. Let's see. I'm going to go see what Wophus has today. Let's go see what Wophus has. Oh, that's Wophus Archive. My bad. That's another one we can use for higher end days. There we go. April 1st. See if it has anything. Wophus Member Run has nothing fire. Wophus Run 2 has multiple supercells firing right around 21Z, which is already passed. I want to see, does any of them have it firing at like 7? Because that's like the... Holy moly, this whole risk is a full wild card. Yeah, no wonder why they didn't pull the moderate risk trigger. So many different scenarios, jeez. They all have supercells and tornadoes somewhere in Oklahoma, but they're not very consistent on exactly where. This one has it in southern Kansas, southern Oklahoma for this one. So they're quite widely different on exactly the location of it. Yep, I bet it'd be crazy if that's like the only tornado warning we get today, Livid. Because earlier in the stream I said watch Oklahoma perform, or rather watch California perform better than Oklahoma. It kind of wouldn't surprise me if that does happen. We'll see. Let me go to more Wophus runs real quick. See if any of these have anything. No, they do have more storms firing up at 23Z. So this might just be a little random rain shower round. Probably not going to be anything like absurd here. Let's see. Ooh, updraft helicity tracks. I want to look at that. Surprisingly, they're not that crazy. Okay, that's crazy. I said it's not that crazy. Then I looked at the other one. It shows like updraft helicity tracks all over Oklahoma. What about this one? So it's really just a 50-50 here on if anything explodes very rapidly. I really feel like, in my opinion, I feel like there's a better chance things do explode. I feel like there's a better opportunity we see storms than if we don't. Still a tornado warning for 31 more minutes. Is that a new area of rotation trying to form? Hold on, I'm gonna go pull up those cameras again. Go get those cameras up, see if we can see something. There's Sacramento, so it was north of Sacramento. And there's Smartsville. Thing is, I don't know exactly where this is looking at. Okay. Well, that just shows it being like sunny skies. That's crazy. So I don't know exactly where this one is. Near Piper Creek, wherever that is over here. That's northeast of Smartsville, so it might, I think it's down here. Yeah. Yeah, that camera's too far south. So then this one, oh, and it turned direction. Hard to find one that's the exact correct area. And that's not fully just covered in rain. Yeah, the cap did break on the dry line, but it's not broken in central Oklahoma, so that's why these storms are just dying right out. So we'll see what it looks like closer to 7. Now's our window of this thing firing. Now's our window of this firing. 5:30 to 7. And Catman, I don't know if the cap's ever gonna break in central Oklahoma. We're supposed to see storms fire here within the next hour and a half and then move into that capped environment. And because they would already be mature, they would stay surface based and probably produce strong to intense tornadoes, but that might not end up happening. We'll see which way it goes. I mean, the CU field is still there. It's, I'd say it's probably really stayed around the same for the last couple minutes. Probably going to stay the same for a while from here on out. Now I'm waiting for the HRRR again. Well, the Oklahoma threat may underperform, but we're definitely going to see a lot more severe weather very late tonight up in Kansas. Things are really going to start popping off towards 8 and 9. Only thing is that gets later. The later it gets, the less I'm wanting to cover. But your peak tornado threat, which is what I try to stream, that's going to be from probably whenever these storms fire. Who knows when that's exactly going to be, all the way till about 9, 10 or so. Probably till 10. Looks like till 10. Yeah. From now till about 10 or 11 is your peak threat. Very long waiting game for chasers, that's for sure. Yeah, I know Kansas is going to struggle. Northern Kansas is probably going to be mainly elevated storms. You can see they're finally starting to fire in a better fashion now. So that damaging wind threat, hail threat, and maybe a brief spin-up tornado threat is going to begin to increase up here near the surface low in far south central Nebraska, north central Kansas. New Mesoanalysis will also be in about 20 minutes. All right, let's go back over to California. See if anything's happening over there. Well, that's gotten a lot stronger. That has gotten a lot stronger. So this is west of Bridgeport. So close to getting a good camera on here, but can't find it. Let's see. This one's looking northeast. Yeah, that's close to the right area, but it's not the right area. It needs to be looking a little bit more east to be in the right area. Let's see. It's just a bunch of scud everywhere. You can't tell what is and isn't rotation. Dude. No way. All of Twitter's calling it a bust, y'all. I've seen at least 6 people call it a bust ever since I opened up Twitter right there. I think half of them are joking, though. Yep, capping looks to be winning here with these storms. April Fools. Not yet. We gotta wait till 12Z tomorrow morning to figure out if this is a April Fool's threat. But, I mean, either way, it is a risk for severe weather, so you should be taking it seriously and be hyper weather aware. Yeah, most of the time when Twitter calls it a bust, it's because it's before the lower level jet even kicks in. We may have had a tornado in California, but it's too difficult to tell what's scud and what's a tornado. I didn't see anything very definitive. Oops. Yeah, I still don't see anything very definitive. And it's still radar indicated too. So if it was camera confirmed, they probably would have confirmed it. There you go. Still area of rotation right there. In California. 21 more minutes left on that warning. So just make sure you are still in your safe spot, away from doors, windows, and like I said, in your safe spot there. We'll close out all this. Yeah, models are just all over the place with what's going to happen here. So it was a definitely good idea from the SBC to just keep a 10 sig. One thing that I'm thinking could help prevent this threat is the cloud cover. This high base cloud cover that we're seeing in Oklahoma. So all this right in here, as well as some of this stuff too back in here. I'm thinking that might help with a cap or decrease some instability, not allow for as rapid destabilization to occur. You could still see your CU filled right in here. Right there. It would help a mixing issue, but it could also help keep a cap in place. I know rockets, but a cloud cover also prevents sunshine from really heating up the surface, which could prevent a capping from eroding. Especially when you don't have a main forcing mechanism until 10Z tomorrow morning. Alright, should get a new HRRR, see if it changed anything. Oh, look at that, it initiates now. But it keeps the storm stationary. What? Is it that one? No, it initiates south. It initiates over, like, east of Weatherford here and now. Like, literally 30 minutes it initiates there, and then it just stalls the storm out there. I wonder if it's going to grow that upscale. We'll see. That's going to be an interesting HRRR run there. We'll see. And then, of course, we get the better thing for forecasting, which is your mesoanalysis. We'll be able to figure out if any of the HRRR runs are underplaying things, which it probably is underdoing something. It's probably underdoing, I would say, temperatures or instability. Or rather, dew points or instability. Satellite says otherwise, Catman, for a lot of clearing. I don't think Tulsa's got a lot of clearing. You're telling me you got full blue skies out there? Sure don't look like it from satellite. South, yeah, there is some blue skies, but it's still a lot of lower level clouds. Or rather, a lot of high base clouds, my bad. HRRR does indeed initiate a storm and has it potentially becoming tornadic between 7 and 8. It initiates a storm here over Weatherford, which I don't know how much I trust that. It's probably just the HRRR doing HRRR things. Oh, hey, look, another little blip down here. hard to see it from this radar site. You got to go to the OKC radar. Little tiny rain shower starting up there. Still that heavier rain shower, moderate rain shower out here going southeast of Canton and west central Oklahoma. Uh, did Norman tweet anything? Sometimes they provide an update in the middle of a severe threat. Oh yeah, there you go. 26 minutes ago, 4:30 p.m. Central. We are beginning to see signs of potential thunderstorm development across west central Oklahoma. The highlighted area represents a corridor of the greatest concern for thunderstorm development through 7 p.m. this evening. That goes from Enid and a little north of Enid all the way down to Seymour, Wichita Falls, Texas. There's a few models that show no storms over Oklahoma, but most models show storms somewhere. Southern Texas, or rather, I mean, southern Kansas and northern Texas. Some models show just southern Kansas. Some models show central Oklahoma, southern Kansas, northern Texas. So it's all over the place on exactly where. Excuse me. Still a small little blip right there. Northwest of Lawton. Looks like we got an observed sounding from an hour ago. Let's see how good this looks. It's from Norman's weather balloon. So there you go. Still a very good capping in place. Both here around the 700 millibar as well as a little surface inversion. So two little areas still capped. And there's your tornado watch. 50-30 tornado watch. A few tornadoes, a couple intense tornadoes possible. 2.5-inch hail likely, 80 mile an hour winds possible. So there's your tornado watch. That goes all the way down from Seymour, Wichita Falls, Texas, all the way back up to south central Kansas. So they did decide to put that out just before our MCD at 6:15 p.m. Eastern expires. But yeah, looking at the observed sounding here, very much pathetic for instability, lapse rates. Those will improve with time. And in the surface, or rather the wind shear is also still very much present. Pack it up, time for tomorrow. Yeah, that's definitely no moderate risk watch right there. That's for dang sure. That's barely even a 10 sig watch. Barely. Couple strong tornadoes possible, a few intense tornadoes possible as well. Interesting. We'll see what happens, man. It's a difficult forecast. It's very, very iffy. It's fully 50-50, really. Tomorrow's no easier either. Yeah, it could still go big for sure. But that's just a very low end watch. Now they seem to have like pretty much no confidence. That is a low end watch from the SPC. Discrete supercell development appears possible on the dry line on a moderately moist air mass from northwest Texas into west and central Oklahoma. Overall, the environment will support the potential for very large hail and tornadoes with any storms that can form. Strong wind gusts are also possible. It's a full moderate watch. Moderate, 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 and then overall hazards is high. So 50-30 tornado watch for tornadoes, 60-30 for wind, 60-60 for hail. So hail is the biggest concern out of everything on that watch. Yeah, that's the main watch. That is your primary watch for the day. That encompasses the primary enhanced risk for severe weather. So that's something. Give me just a second. When things do explode, they should explode quickly. But that's the thing. Are they ever going to explode? I think California might win the battle today. California's performance might end up being better than Oklahoma's. We'll see. Still under a tornado warning. Way back here in Cali. 8 more minutes there. Looks like it's falling apart. Purple barrier, that's the new tornado watch just got issued. That's the new tornado watch that just got issued. I mean, I don't see why things wouldn't really fire, to be honest with you. I don't get why things wouldn't fire, but it looks like things are starting slow, so... Let's go back to our radars out here, see if we got any blips. Oh yeah, we do. That might be the strongest one of the day. Yeah, 39. The strongest storm in Oklahoma, and it's gone. Well, it's the 30. Nope, it's still there. 37. I mean, it's not 39, but it's still there. Dew points aren't underperforming. Look at current analysis. I mean, you've got 61 dew points almost into South Central Kansas at the moment. Observed dew points at 61 in far north central Oklahoma. The area to watch might be this little CU field down here. There's a little CU field that's starting down in this area that's moving northeast. But that's going to be dark by the time that even gets into the main area over here. So the capping might win on that CU field too. All it takes is one storm to fire off of this CU field and get going, and that's it. We could end up seeing a strong tornado threat very easily. It's only a matter of time. Waiting on the new Mesoanalysis here. And that is now in. See if our wind shear looks any better. Nah. It's up to like 150 now in central Oklahoma. So it's getting there, but it's not really, really good. I don't think these guys are going to do anything. They're moving too far north. I mean, those suckers are moving almost due north. Yeah, they're moving, let's see. Yeah, northeast. Very close to due north there for those storms. They ain't going to do nothing. I don't know what the HRRR is on about with that doing something. That little blip down here is gone. Oh, well, there is another little storm right there. I just saw it. We'll see if that moves more eastward. If it moves northeast as well, it's probably not going to do much either. I'm not 100% sure what it means for tonight. It could mean that the capping wins and we don't see much happen at all. Or it might be just leaving more room for better storms later on tonight. Could go either way. Alright. I believe we are tornado warning list now. They've canceled that. Yep. They sure have. So let's switch back over to our main scene. We were under a tornado warning for about 50 minutes or so out there in Central California. I'm going to watch where this thing goes. Right there. Because that could end up doing something if it moves more east, northeast like this. Not the other storms moving like nearly due north. Like I said, it's moving up like this way. So we'll see if this moves more northeast closer to like the Kingfisher area or if it moves more north towards like east of Canton, somewhere up here. If it moves north, it's going to do pretty much nothing but heavy rain, maybe a very low wind risk for severe weather. If it moves northeast, east/northeast, that could become a supercell in the next like hour or two. So if we go back to our 19Z HRRR, that fires storms at 8 o'clock. About, yeah, 7:30 or so, right around there. In pretty much this same area, but in about an hour, hour and a half. That's moving more northeast, isn't it? Yeah. We'll see. All right, there's that new mesoanalysis that's fully in. Still shows a very favorable environment, west central Oklahoma. Just barely to the west of where our storms are currently firing. And also south. Yeah, this storm here is in a very favorable environment. Very favorable environment. If it moves in between this area here, it's going to be a very favorable storm for tornadoes. If it moves any more north than that, then it's going to move outside of the best environment and it's going to just do little to nothing. Any more south than that, and it's probably just going to die out. What do you mean one of those days? One of those days where we have to wait for the lower level jet at 9 p.m. for anything to remotely get close to firing? Let's see. We'll see. If nothing, I mean, I don't think it'll be the case, but if literally nothing's happening around 8:30, I ain't gonna wait here all day. I mean, we're going on to an over 3 hour live stream talking about light rain showers. We'll see. Now, there's two storms I'm seeing here. Both of these are getting stronger. This one's up to red DBZ, 44 now, so that's got to be pretty tall, probably 30,000. Yeah, 32,000 feet up in the atmosphere, and this one's also getting up there too already, 31. That just fired. I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything, though. They're just little storms. I'll go see the weed whacker. Oh yeah, there's a little storm. Yeah, that is not going to do anything imminently anytime soon. It's going to need at least another hour. The Reed storm looks wild. Well, now it does look better. He just changed the angle there. I still don't think it's going to do anything. It's going to need to be more mature. We'll see. We'll see which one ends up becoming more of an issue here. That could try something, actually, in about an hour, looking at the environment a bit closer. Yeah. Because your good environment's going to move more east with it, too. That might be one of the main storms to watch. Might be it. since it's already getting more mature, it's probably going to be able to get through that capping. Let's go over to GR2. So there you go. There's your absurd storm. Strongest storm of the whole event out here in Oklahoma. It looks absurd. It's like a whole heavy rain. 43, 44 dBz. Absolutely insane. If no other storms fire, this might be the only storm of the day. Like I said, I mean, you really don't have much longer past 7. That capping's going to start building in. That might be about it. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to check other ingredients here. Yeah, it's gonna go into a more sheared environment too. So if it can just sustain and get through that capping here, once that capping starts to build in, which it will, that might end up being one of the storms of the day. This is officially, by the way, our 4th most viewed live stream ever. So I appreciate you guys supporting the channel and tuning in. Hopefully you're having a great Tuesday still. We're tracking this conditional risk for all hazards across Oklahoma, southern Kansas. Anything happening on the northern side yet? Nope, they let that NCD expire. I still do think this stuff could explode here. But it's still going to take a little longer. I think that will be closer towards, probably closer towards 7:30 or so. So everything in the next 2 to 3 hours should start exploding. And whatever explodes will end up being our main threat for the day. I'm really curious to see if anything at all fires here. We'll see. Storm of the century. Yep. This is the storm of the century. It's the blip of the century. Let's see. Yeah, it also looks like this storm's directly on a shortwave too, so I think this one has a really good chance to do something. If it can just sustain past the capping. Which is tricky to say exactly what will happen. And then back down towards Wichita, your capping is still very strong. Also, back towards Wichita Falls, Texas, I was talking about. That's what I meant to say. Also, your temperature degree dew point spread's pretty far apart, 15 degrees there. Further south, so that might be an issue for more elevated storms further south. Yeah, Catman, it's been north to south. It will stay north to south until the cold front hits it at like 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We were expecting a north to south orientation. Hence why storms are expected to be discrete today. It's going. Tiny little storm out there. Very tiny little storm. 44. Reed's on the southern one. Personally, I would be booking it to the northern one. Or I would be booking it northeast. I would be... We'll see. Okay. Sorry, I was checking something. Which one would you go for? Southern one or northern one? The good news is they're in pretty close distance with each other, so you know, if you choose the wrong one, you could go north or south, depending on whichever one you chose. I would probably go for the northern one because I would rather be further north, say near Enid, and then I can easily book it south as opposed to being like really far south, say down here, and then needing to book it further north. So I would rather be like somewhere up in here. Because this storm's going to move northeast anyways, and then this storm's already up there, so. I would rather be on this one, further north. Hello, Inscaper. Welcome to the stream. Jeez. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know which one's gonna happen here. Which one's gonna be the better storm? It's the waiting game. And then this is where chasers get impatient and they may call it quits too early. That's what I've done before. Even in North Carolina, even though we don't get dry line setups, I've called chases too early before and missed out on a light rain shower. Hello, Lucky, wakey.
Good morning.
You've missed nothing.
Shocker.
Not really. But I mean, just light rain. It's been so inactive. We've literally kept track of the highest DBZ we've seen out of little tiny rain showers in Oklahoma.
What's the highest so far?
It was 39, but now I think we're getting really far up there. Yeah, now we're up to 48. Actually, up to 50. But we had a tornado warning in Central California that kept us busy for a little while.
Huh.
California's popping off more than Oklahoma.
That's crazy.
And that's how you know the planes are definitely they're dying out. It's not plane season no more. May is plane season, so I do still think we'll get a few good threats in the plains like Oklahoma, Kansas, but nothing like what we're probably going to end up seeing in the central US this year. I mean, we've already seen what, like 3 moderates and a high risk out there. And we got another moderate tomorrow, and tomorrow I don't think tomorrow's going to go high risk because I mean just a lot of things would have to change overnight to increase confidence in prefrontals. I just don't see it happening. Lucky's here for now, yep. Well,
So
now
do I.
they're do what?
If you would like to mute me.
Sure, go ahead. Um, it's up to you. I think these storms should be well underway at 8. 8's when everything should start popping off. I mean, your peak is from like 7 to 11, so you're gonna start running out of time. Nah, I'll probably end near 10 or 11. I don't even know if I'll go that long, though. I'm not too sure. Considering how long these have taken to fire off. Yep. Tomorrow sure did go moderate. Day 2. No. No, you just said I'm unmuted, right? I said no. This dude. Yeah, you are. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did, Caden. Dang. Now we're up to 58 dBz, y'all. It's trying to go. It is moving a little bit too northeast, in my opinion. If it shifts more, then I think it would really increase its tornado risk if it shifts more dead east. Like, you want to chat for a little bit whilst I go take my first break in 3 hours? Because that will help with my energy. Sure, you just chat with chat. I'll just be right back. I'll leave it on the main radar, looking at the storms. I'll be right back, chat, in like maybe 5 minutes.
Last time he said that, he came back in a minute and a half. So don't believe him. But guys, what's up? How is everybody doing today? As I open my radar software, it's not opening. It's being pretty mean to me. But let's see, who we got? We got a good amount of people. What's up, Pete? Lucky looks weird. What do you mean? Y'all can see me somehow? How? Boo. What's up, Caleb? What's up, Chip? Inscaper. Glad to see you're doing good. Sup? Sup, weather? What's up, Misty? If I can get a cookie, I will be great. Yeah, I did promise y'all a cookie one time, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, that was maybe not the wisest decision I've made. You see me through my invisibility cloak? Oh, so it doesn't work? Dang, that's not good. Well, my invisibility cloak just did not work. Okay. Well, let's see. You can see me from stream. 15 people have left since you started talking, Lucky. Okay, I don't care. I really don't. If you leave, I'm not holding y'all here. I know I'm not as good as TRG. I never will be. But all right. So y'all, we are keeping an eye on these storms that are trying to fire. Well, they have fired. We're just trying to see if they get their act together. So yeah, so nothing too much has happened, y'all. Like I said, just watching these storms. What y'all been doing, counting or to see which storm has the highest DBZ. Now, from what I see right now, we're at 56. I know we were at 58 just a minute ago, but now we're back down to 56. But yeah, I mean that storm is definitely trying to get going. Y'all can see it on the stream. The more northern storm is definitely trying. Is definitely trying. It's just a matter of time, honestly. As we go on into this evening, we're gonna get the lower level jet might start to kick in even more, which is definitely gonna help these storms maintain their strength and also grow more upscale. Definitely what is probably gonna happen. Probably in about, I'm gonna guess, an hour. That's just my guess. I could be dead wrong, but that's just my guess. But yeah, so we're seeing what happens. Chat Lucky deserves better. Nah, that's not true, bro. Not true. Lucky, I pulled a U. I fell asleep after school, buddy. I don't go to sleep after school sometimes. I stopped doing that. Of course, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. See, I'm glad someone thinks I'm doing good, and someone thinks I'm funny. I I don't I do not think I'm that funny, but I don't know. If y'all watch me, you'll know them. I tend to be funny every now and then. But yeah, that's that. See if oh, we're still at 58 DBZ. You have goat status, Lucky. I am not the goat. Do not say I'm not the goat, y'all. This dude TRG's the goat. That's true right there. This dude is the goat. Um, bro. See, bro. Let's see. I really don't know what to talk about other than we're literally just watching these storms and we're just I'm still watching it and see what the highest DBZ is. Right now it's still 58. It went back up to 58. Or from 58 to 56 to 58. Do y'all think we're gonna get 60 next scan? Any yes or no? But yeah, I don't think it's gonna get to 60, but I wanna know. No? Yes? Yes? No? Wait, do I have All right, next scan is in. Does anyone want the answer? Who wants the answer? I have it right here. I got it right here. Drum roll, please. The highest DBZ now in this storm is 59 DBZ. It did not get to 60. So whoever said nope, all y'all that said no, y'all are correct. Y'all are correct. Congrats. Congrats. Round of applause for y'all.
What?
I was playing a little game with them. I was like,
Chad, are
there's
you
a-
okay? What'd he do to you?
no, bro, TJ, let me speak. Quiet down. Anyways, so I was playing a little game. I was like, because I was so bored. I was like, all right, y'all. Do y'all think that this storm is gonna get to 60 DBZ next scan? Yes or no? And then they kept saying yes, no, yes, no, 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 yes, yes. And then I was like, all right, next scan is in. Drum roll, please.
No way.
It's at 59.
Yep.
I was like, whoever said no. Oh, also, I'm getting bullied, bro, by chat.
Hey,
Specifically,
we got our
Caleb.
first lightning strike. The
I don't know if I
first
have those on.
one.
I do have one. Oh, I see it. It's at the very end of it. I see it. You
Yep.
ain't hiding from me.
It did hide from me for quite a while because you just figured out it was there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Good point. Good point.
This dude.
This dude, Caleb's bullying me. Lost 50
Why?
people. He was saying how many people I've lost ever since I started talking. Like he thinks that we care.
Bro.
And then I got people that call me the GOAT. I was like, I'm not the GOAT. This man TRG's the GOAT. And then yeah.
I mean, I care about my viewers. I guess you don't.
I mean, I do, but
You said
I mean,
you don't
hey,
care.
if they want to leave, they can leave. I ain't holding them here.
Bro. I think we got to kick this guy out, chat. Yep, of course. He's talking about food, of course. They were bullying the poor boy. He probably deserved it. he probably deserved it, Brittany. He probably did. I mean, considering he said he doesn't care about viewers, I mean, he probably deserves it. He's mean to you guys, so you guys can be mean to him. I think it's pretty fair. You've been muted. What? No. Okay. We got a second lightning strike, y'all. Look. 2. 2 lightning strikes. Why? What are you gonna say? This dude. Bro. All right, there.
Let me
You're
rephrase that. Let me rephrase that.
you're unmuted.
Oh, okay. Lucky, how's that exact blue range Dorito doing in your left hand with extra seasoning? Well, fun fact, Caleb, I actually don't have anything in my hands that I'm eating right now. I'm actually not eating anything. I know, right? Shocker.
Lucky will do anything but talk about the weather, chat. I swear.
What is there to talk about? Oh, guys, okay, we have
A
56
lightning
DBZ.
strikes.
Guys, stay indoors. You don't want to get struck by lightning, bro. It hurts. Trust. I've actually been like
Oops.
50 feet from a lightning strike.
I think I've probably been about that distance too.
Dude, it literally. So I was in my backyard and it struck on the other side of the house.
Mine was
like,
right
bro.
around the same with that. I'd say it
Oh,
was probably around there.
we have officially gotten to 60 DBZ.
Didn't we have 60 DBZ like 2 scans ago?
No, we have 59.
59. 58. Oh,
60.
Lucky's right. So which one's 60? Oh, that one right there. I guess we haven't gotten to 60. I guess that's the first time we gotten to 60 on this, so now it might be capable of producing extremely small hail.
Lucky, that's a nice April Fool's joke.
Oh, another
Wait,
lightning strike. Look at that. That one's far.
Wait, what did I say?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know what I said either. I'm pushing my thing to 8 because why not?
Yeah, there you go. There's your lightning strike. Third one right there. We got a new HRRR one coming in here shortly. Yeah, that's radar interference.
Dude, Nightbot just timed out Weather Nerd for 10 minutes.
Dang. How do you know it's 10 minutes?
It says Weather Nerd was timed out by Nightbot for 600 seconds.
It didn't tell me that. I'm being left out of information from Nightbot.
I mean, I would hope you believe me, but still, I'm just gonna just because you never know. This dude never believes me. So.
I don't know if Caleb timed him out, so I'm gonna time out Weather Nerd for 10 seconds, so that way it overrides that. Hopefully overrides it.
I might show that message. No.
Let's see.
Yo, permission to time Caleb out for bullying me.
Why? You do it to him.
I don't bully him. I don't bully any of chat.
Oh,
Chat,
really?
do I bully y'all?
Oh, really? He
Chad,
does,
do I bully y'all?
chat.
No, be quiet, dude. I'm not asking you. I'm not talking to you. Chad, do I bully y'all? Be honest.
Yes.
Yeah.
See?
Yo.
Told you.
Guys, what the... Yo. Wait a minute.
Caleb, yes.
Thank you, Chip.
No for Chip, but yes, yes.
April-
April Fools! Oh, you just...
Yo, okay, I'm done. I'll see y'all later. See y'all tomorrow.
Okay, bye. He left. He actually left. This dude. I should not pick up when he calls me. He's going to call back. I should not pick up. Bro rage quit. I'm just not going to pick up. What if I just not pick up? Deny call. Deny call. Deny call. Oh, I was expecting him to do one more. He's spamming me, y'all. Oh, bring him back? Okay. There he is. He's probably going to scream at y'all, though, because that's what he does.
What's up, guys?
Dang, dude, this is the most insane risk I've ever tracked in Oklahoma.
Right, bro? Like, right?
Wonder if it's ever going to pop off. I mean, those storms in Nebraska, Kansas are finally strengthening.
Lucky is the type of person who makes all the people in a city to move. Honestly, if I had a city to myself, I would not be complaining. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like that's literally unlimited activities. You could just...
Let's just mute that nerd. Isn't that better, chat? Bro was just gonna go on a complete rant about a city. Oh well. So peaceful. I know, right? He was, Chip. You already know. They can't hear you. You dummy. No thanks. Because you're probably going to break their ears. No thanks. I know. And it's never going to stop. Sure. Yeah, sure. Keep telling yourself that. I wish you guys could hear what this dude's saying. But I also wish you couldn't. It's both ways. Like what? What do you know? Chat, cover your ears. He's probably gonna say something dumb. Alright, unmuted.
62 DBZ on that storm.
We have?
Yep.
Oh, I see it. It's right there. Dang, bro, you're looking at every last pixel, aren't you? Not even I'm doing that. California. Or just look at weather models. I mean, you can always do that. That way you can talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow is literally like freaking 5 hours and 9 minutes away, Lucky. Nothing. Well, we're waiting for the new HRRR. There it is. We'll see if it does anything. Dang. Alright, y'all. We're still watching this little storm that's supposed to be a big storm now, according to the HRRR. No. That just never fired. Apparently, we're still expecting development around 7:38 for northern Texas and southern Oklahoma. But I wouldn't be surprised if that just doesn't happen, like the rest of this risk. Hey, it's severe! Yo, chat, it is now severe. There you go. We got a severe storm for 1.25 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. The first severe of the entire day, because I don't think we've had one in California either. And it's right there. North Central Oklahoma. Risk verified. Definitely not. Oh, we'll see. We'll see what it does. I'm curious to also see what the HRRR has now that his storm's finally fired. So there you go. We officially have a severe thunderstorm warning for Enid in Oklahoma, which is where I was talking about going because I was talking to you guys about north or southern storm. I said I'd go to Enid. That's where the severe is. Let's see. So 62 dBz was the highest dBz this storm got to, at least for the moment. We'll see if it weakens. Watch it just fall apart. Okay. Then we have our mesoanalysis at 7:15 Eastern. You can see it on the satellite too. Look, two tiny little clouds that are breaking through our upper level clouds right there. And that's it. Lucky says it's gonna go crazy in 30 minutes. Yeah. You want me to unmute you again? Okay. Rotation. Ain't no rotation on this. At least not from radar. Do you see a red pixel? I don't even see a red pixel. Oh, okay, now I see it, yeah. I see it now. Eh. It's probably just wind. I see 60 dBz again. Chat, we gotta try to find 63 dBz. See if we can find 63 dBz on this storm. Also, keep an eye for anything in Texas firing. Is that your dry line right there? There's a little boundary right there. For sure. Most southern pixel. Yep, right there. Yep, I got it. It depends on what color table you're using. Lucky. You mean you're lazy, right? So I think the max now is 63 dBz right there. Let's see how tall this thing is. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely gotten higher up. 43,000 feet up in the atmosphere now. No wonder why they put a severe on that. Look at all the lightning, too. A lot more lightning with it. It is strengthening. Ooh, boy. Don't look at the new HRRR. Yo, where does that come from? Yo. Hold on, I don't know if I want to see this next frame. Yep, it sure did. Can I unmute you now? You told me not to. You are. You're forcing me. Okay, I unmuted you.
Okay.
Say hi.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
Look, he's back. Dude, dude. Come on. Yo, chat, HRRR went full in on this one.
Bro, those
Yo.
red pixels. Yo, those red pixels that we were talking about got a lot stronger. You know, it's probably nothing, but it literally is getting a lot stronger. If I saw that, I'm just gonna assume that that's rotation. If I saw that in North Carolina.
Dude,
But yeah,
oh my word, I would be screaming if I saw this in North Carolina.
what that?
Yeah, like near my area. You kidding me?
What are you talking about the HRR or
No,
the
no.
velocity?
I mean the storm itself, like just fully
Oh, dude,
discrete, all by itself.
dude, no, I would, bro. I
I'd
think I'd cry.
lose it.
I think I'd cry because I've never seen it.
I've never seen it
I'm gonna go to the
before,
storm. I'm gonna go to the storm and give it some more moisture by crying.
bro. That's crazy,
Another point one, do a little cape, y'all.
bro.
I guess
Nah,
gotta
because
do something.
I've tried it before. I've tried a garden hose, stick it up in the air, and then turn on the water.
I don't blame you, bro. I do not blame you at all.
It's not my fault we always get cloud cover and a bunch of dry atmosphere whenever we get a good amount of shear. I swear, we never get good shear and good cape. It's either one or the other. It's like freaking 2 cape with 300 lower level shear or 1,000 cape with 50 shear. No, it's not rotating. Being on a serious note, it's not.
It's a. I mean, yes, the storm could start
Unless it's
rotating.
invisible rotation, because I mean, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's like strong for some corruption, bro. That's some like crazy like
I've seen some
corruption.
crazy corruption though. That's nothing.
Oh, did I ever show you what I was in a tornado warning yet? Not yesterday, dude. Imagine.
But yeah, it would literally be like just clear sky rotation right there.
Let me show you. This is the worst corruption I've seen. It went over my house. I'm gonna find it.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, you keep showing me that like every other month.
Yeah, I want to show you again just because.
Radar Omega and the actual radar site is KV and X.
Dang. TRG, remember that story I told you about me driving to a severe thunderstorm while doing driver's ed?
Yeah.
This is a storm, and we were in dead center of it right here. Look at what pixels I'm over.
Dang.
Dude, no, that was crazy. Had a
Bro.
little inflow to it also.
Buddy, that thing's more outflow dominant than the word outflow dominant.
No, well, no, the more southern part.
I mean, it's got a less precip, but I don't see no inflow.
I think it still had some.
Well, your velocity's off.
Is it? It was off. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice that, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So that's why it might actually have had some inflow. I just can't tell because your velocities are off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It was a severe.
Rotation was never there. It is clear corruption.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
I'm talking about
Trying to
this
find
storm, not the one you sent me, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's see. Another storm firing over Fairview. You can see it from Echo Tops. Right there. That's a lot of lightning, man.
Where's that storm
Reed
at?
has something, apparently. Yeah. Let
Oh,
me guess. Let me guess. Let me guess. He's screaming
A
wedge at
wedge
freaking
tornado.
light. Like, I bet it's light rain. And he's screaming wedge. I want to go see. I'm gonna have to mute Lucky so I don't get copyrighted, but I want to go see. Let's go over here. Let's see. What do you mean he's got something? He's got clouds and maybe a. Yeah. He has an engineer that helped him. Mm-hmm. It's awesome. He might have a mesocyclone. I can see it kind of like illuminated. Yeah. I don't know.
Cause isn't that Dom? I don't know which one, but Dom, one of them in
68
front of him.
dBz. Is that new? Is that a new record?
No, we've had. Wait.
Yeah, 68. That's a new one. New record,
Yeah.
68. Right there.
Yeah, last one was 67, wasn't it?
I think.
Like I just want to know how this wait, it says red earth.
Glad I caught that mute. Lucky's trying to promote another product over here. This dude. Oh. I had to mute real quick, y'all. That's why I didn't hear me speak. So we'll wait to see what the Mesoanalysis has, which is our real-time observations, but we should see a lot more storms fire in this area. It's like nearly impossible to see your clouds now, because you've got high base clouds that are just covering everything. Hello, Crazy Rider. Okay, so I okay, there you go. I think HRRR is overdoing it. Probably
Uh-oh.
not. Probably not. It's been consistent all day on those storms. Just the exact placement has been off. I mean, it first showed that storm at 13Z this morning. So, I mean, it's been... Actually, no. 08Z this morning. So, it's been consistent. It could definitely happen. It could definitely happen. Lucky, you think that's bad? Look at this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Can you see that top one and text me that?
Oh yeah, it was like you mean text you it?
Yeah.
Okay. Go right here.
The HRRR is only accurate if it downtrends. Oh, look at that. 1-inch hail report over Enid. So we're definitely starting to get some hail now. Okay. That's got my attention now.
Alright,
We
I
do
got you.
have storms firing in Texas. North Central Texas. Those should move into a quite favorable environment. But is the capping already in place? Because we are pretty close. It looks like the capping might be in place. But they are moving into a good environment. So we'll see if those can sustain. If they can get towards like a severe storm status and break through that capping, then we will have an issue. But if they just stays these little blips, then there won't be that big of an issue. We'll just see which way it goes. It's really a 50-50. It's really a 50-50. But there is more storms firing. The area I'm most interested in by a milestone is here. Will anything fire here? That is what I'm most interested in. Because that's where our best environment is. If something fires here and it forms, nothing is going to stop it from tracking towards the OKC metro. Or near the OKC metro area. It might be north, might be south, but somewhere in here I'm watching for any storm development.
I finally found a TRG.
Over like the next hour.
That thing.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That was 20-1, by the way.
That was?
Yeah, that was.
How long ago?
March 19th, 2021.
Oh, dang. So we were... Dude, we were like... Were we even friends? That's like right around when I met you.
I think so, yeah.
I was gonna say, because I don't remember tracking that. Storms. That's what that stuff is by Wichita Falls. This is storms here. This is radar interference, radar interference, radar interference, radar interference. A good way to tell that is to go to echo tops, which is how tall storms are. And you can see that there are storms right there. I did not mean to zoom out that much. Jeez. No, I don't think we'll see a moderate today. Storms will be ongoing at like 9 o'clock is that's our absolute peak.
They just upgrade the severe to one instead of 1.25, it's 1.5 inch hail now.
Yep.
So ping pong size hail. I mean, I got quarter size. What was that, 1 inch?
Yeah.
That was the one I drove into. Dude, I thought quarter size was gonna break my windshield. Imagine me driving into that thing.
Emergency updates are stupidly rare. Yeah, I don't really think they'll do a moderate. I mean, unless at like 8:30 we have 6 supercells in central Oklahoma, all looking pretty intense, then they may pull it. But if it just stays with what we have is like 1 or 2 supercells with a couple of just areas of interest for initiation, nah. Because see, these storms are firing a little cluster down here in Wichita. We'll see if those merge together to create a... Sounds like a series out of a movie, but to merge together and create a bigger storm and then head up towards southern Texas and become an issue. Or southern Oklahoma. They're in northern Texas, moving to southern Oklahoma.
Am I unmuted still?
Yep.
Mute me for 1 second.
Bruh.
Not.
Good. Alright, you're unmuted. I said you're unmuted. Okay, go ahead. How fast? Dude. How do you know? Yeah. Take a take a screenshot of it. Hold on, y'all. I'm waiting for Lucky to send me something. Yeah, I think that is. Dude. Oops. Whoa. Oh yeah, that does look like one. Lucky's like, wait a second. What is it? Y'all, we're looking for DBZ of 70 or greater, so we can beat the record so far today. Oh, special weather statement, northwest of Wichita Falls. 50-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail. Let me go check over here. I guess. Maybe later, though. I'm just really interested to see if anything fires along the I-40 corridor, y'all. That's what I'm checking. Every time I go to the OKC radar site, I just keep checking that corridor. Because that's the corridor that I'm most worried for. If anything can fire there, it's gonna be rough. What? Hold on, y'all. I gotta disappear for a second. Okay. Sweet. Oh, look at that. Another storm probably firing near Granfield. Maybe. That might be corruption. No, you can see the echo tops on it. By corruption, I meant radar interference. Again, I'm looking for anything in here. This is the main area I'm keeping an eye on. Anything firing in that area, which these storms far south, they're not going to be able to go into that area, so. But they still could be an issue. That might be too far north of the best moisture there, where that storm's currently located in north central Oklahoma. 72/63. Still good. Let's go see if Twitter's freaked out about the 22ZH troll. Yep, there you go. First post. First post I saw right when I opened it up. Yep. Seems legit. I want to see if I can find any other info here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what Lucky's sent me now for the 20th time. Q. Bruh. Normal NAM activities right there. Bro's out the door right when the model run renders. Yeah, considering it's the NAM, I probably would be like, that ain't happening. I'm running out the door. Just waiting to look for initiation up here, y'all. That's what I'm glued to. I'm glued to literally nothing that's happening here, wondering if something's gonna happen. Let's go up here again. You can see this storm has the look to it, right? Like, if you saw this on a high-end day, you'd immediately think, okay, this is probably going to produce a tornado in about 30 minutes to an hour. It's at least going to be rotating. But today, it is warned for 2.5-inch hail. So I think it's too elevated. So that's good news. Bad news is it's still going to produce very large hail. So our hail threat is probably verifying now, as we were expecting at least 1.75 inch hail, and then possible hail up to 3 inch in diameter. Yeah, Lucky. I already said that, Lucky. Dude. I'm sorry, you want to say that again? Where do you see that? There's 70. That's a record right there. I see 71. Yep, there you go. 72. New DBZ record. I don't know if we're going to beat that one. 72 DBZ. That's quite large. So 2.5 inch hail there. It's 0.25 off. 0.25 off from being a destructive PDS severe. So definitely a high-end severe storm right there. Very significant. Again, still checking near that Clinton area. That's what I'm going to be looking at a lot. HRRR has that firing at 8. I don't know if Lucky saw this. I got to send him it. This is the new HRRR. Yeah. But it's been consistent about that too. Like some runs it's disappeared, but it's been pretty consistent on that. Looks like the new run also uptrended in damaging winds across Kansas City Metro for tonight into tomorrow morning. A lot of storms now firing back here in north central Texas. I think most of these are going to be really elevated and probably not going to pose much of a tornado threat in the short term, but maybe as they get up in this area, if they can survive that capping, maybe around 9 o'clock they may pose a tornado threat towards 9 p.m. I see you. Now, are you corruption? No. We have storm initiation east of Clinton. All right. Hold on. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. So 7:22 p.m. Let's see what that looks like at 7:52. See if that's changed at all. Jeez. Yeah, that's probably... We're at 73 dBz. That's crazy. Why is... I don't even know why you're muted. Oh, right. You were telling me that stuff. So we beat 72 dBz. That they might go destructive with this. We'll see, because that's... I mean, that's probably producing near baseball-sized hail. No, the cap is not gone at all. The cap is built in. It's still fairly weak, so storms still have another hour to really fire, but after about 8:30, if anything fires, it's probably not going to be able to break through the cap. We got this tiny little pixel right here, y'all. You think it's going to be able to do anything?
Are you asking me?
Small. Oh, pixel grew a little bit. It's up to 16 dBz. That's exactly where I was watching for the greatest tornado threat to form. So I would probably I would probably ditch this storm altogether and book it south. I would probably just target that little tiny thing right there. I'm not even kidding. Unless it dies out in like 3 scans. It depends though. If you're wanting wind and small hail, go here. If you're wanting to possibly see a tornado, go out here. If you're wanting to see hail and break your windshield and probably destroy your car, go here. That tornado threat is probably, I mean, I hate to do it, but it's probably going to be just north of the OKC metro. Considering storm mode today. Maybe a little bit more north. Maybe a little bit more like up here. Somewhere near the OKC metro. But hopefully it doesn't get through the cap. There is still a little cap in place. It's just not strong. Let's see. Okay. Now it's back to the waiting game, y'all. Let's go to this radar site up here. There you go. Yeah, so you see this CC right here? That's all hail. That is hail falling right there. So this is a very intense thunderstorm. Echo tops almost at 50,000 feet. Almost at 50,000 feet. Which is pretty dang high up there. We're going to wait to see what this does. Echo top's already up to 20,000 on our little tiny blip over here in west central Oklahoma. So we finally did see some storm initiation. It took a long time, but it did happen. Our first severe of the day came from that tiny little storm that we were tracking near Weatherford, about, 2 hours ago? Yep. Then it went up towards Enid and became severe. And now we're seeing a few little storms here in north central Texas, and then we've got a single little blip that's firing somewhere in here. It's so small you can't even see him. And that could become a big issue for the OKC or just north of the OKC metro. If it can get through the capping. Which we really won't know unless it goes severe. This thing did get through the capping. That's why it's already producing some very large hail. Yep. PDS severe. There you go. That is now a life-threatening situation for Blackwell and Ponica City. 2.75-inch hail and 60 mile-an-hour winds. These storms still trying to get going up here in Nebraska as well. We'll keep monitoring those, see if they try for anything. But there it is, that orange box. A PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which means it is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, and is a potentially life-threatening situation due to large hail in this case. Remember, PDS severe can also be for wind. Also, I believe Reed has 3 vehicles out today. I believe he has a truck, Dominator 2, and Dominator 3. So I think Reed has his full convoy out today. I do want to see, what is it? This. I want to see where the weed whacker is. Is he going for the hail? Or is he running from the hail? He's going for the hail. I'd be diving south, honestly. Because that storm's elevated. Hmm. Alright, let's go back down here. Yeah. Like I said, these storms really aren't going to pose much of a tornado threat. They did just put a severe on that. But they won't pose much of, if any, of a tornado threat until south of the OKC Metro when they get into better wind shear. In around an hour or so. Little blips getting stronger out here. Already up to 25,000 feet. Now, will it survive is the question. We'll see. We will see. We got a new Mesoanalysis. Yeah. It shows our potent environment is indeed in place now. Specifically across central Oklahoma. So, if that storm gets through the capping, it's going to have nothing in its way to try and produce a strong tornado. If it can get through that capping. Yep. Up to 250 0 to 1 kilometer shear in this area. It's just got to try to get through the cap. You can see it's moving northeastward just like this. It's a tiny little storm. It is a tiny storm, so it may not survive. That would be a good thing if it does not survive. Let's see. All right, let's go back up here. Let's see if we got past 74 dBz. I don't think we did. I know we got to 74. So I think 74 is going to be our maxed dBz we achieve. We'll see if we get any higher. Maybe it was 73. So still watching that little blip here. Just southeast of Weatherford. Like I said, that could become a big issue for just north of the OKC Metro if it can get through that capping. And it has plenty of time to do so. Everything is working towards this storm intensifying except for that cap. So if it can overcome that cap, it can intensify rapidly. Also, we'll keep an eye for any extra storms that try to fire. Anywhere in this area here that may try to push towards the OKC area as well. Another storm firing very close to the radar site, just west of our severe in south central southwestern Oklahoma. Thunder and thunderstorms here have intensified in south central Nebraska as well, but is currently below strong to severe limits. Still warned for 2.75 inch hail, PDS severe thunderstorm warning there, going towards Blackwell and Ponica City in north central Oklahoma. Troy, they may not see it. They may not see it. You know, that little guy right there could become an issue too. There is a special MCD now issued. Interesting. An isolated supercell is developed along the northern edge of a particularly modified Gulf moisture. Increase in tornado potential, some of which may be strong. Okay. So they have literally issued an MCD for this storm. That is interesting. Issuing an MCD for a elevated thunderstorm because they are very confident it will not be so elevated in a couple minutes. So that's not something you see every day. We'll see if that verifies or not. See if that does try to become more surface-based. I'll have to read their discussion a little bit more in depth once it gets completely issued, which should be any second. A special MCD for a storm that's doesn't even look that impressive from a far view of radar imagery. Once you get closer, it does look somewhat impressive. Let's see. Strengthening lower level jet will increase shear up to 600 meters squared per second squared, which is a highly supportive transition of a dominant right moving supercell. Increase in tornado potential, some of which may be strong. So that's interesting there. Didn't really expect to see that. Really wasn't expecting to see a special MCD there. Yeah, your little blip's getting stronger here. It's starting to get stronger. It's going to take a while, and it just fully disappeared on that scan. You see that for a second? It's still chugging along. I don't know. I mean, you are so far north. You know, if you're already up here, way up here on this storm, are you really going to dive all the way south to Oklahoma City for this thing that may die out by the time you even get there? And now that this has an MCD, I mean, shoot. If I was diving south on I-35, I think I'd debate turning back and going right back up there, considering it has an MCD for literally that one storm. Welcome back, Legacy. Another new MCD? Potentially. Yeah. Another new MCD for a watch. Up to 2.5-inch hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and I can't see the tornado threat, but it's for southeastern Nebraska and north central Kansas. Right there. I can't see what they say about the tornado threat. But that's your main wind bag that will form. Your main wind bag is going to form up here and then slowly continue to increase in strength and then start to move eastward. It's going to move northeastward first until the cold front pulls through very late tonight towards like 2, 3 a.m. Maybe even later than that. Yeah, probably won't start pushing eastward until actually like 5 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. I mean, let me see. Yeah, tomorrow is still looks to be on an uptrend. According to the new HRRR, it is actually uptrended, which is interesting. All right, let's see this MCD, see what they say. There's some risk for a tornado, so most likely they will issue a severe thunderstorm watch. That's what I wanted to see. Wanted to see what the tornado threat was there. Definitely an uptrend in less morning convection and just overall better ingredients further east. Let's see here. This one. I don't know where that is. I don't think that's central Oklahoma, no. Violent tornado parameters, I think, are misplaced to the northwest, which is good, but I mean, they're not really something I listen to often at all. Yeah, the environment is way more favorable in front of this storm. Everything I look at is way more favorable for this storm compared to this storm here. Oh. We got a little supercell split. Uh-oh, wait, that might change things. Well, that might change things because a left split supercell. Yeah, if it's splitting like that, this is going to increase the hail threat for this storm, but that might actually increase and help increase that tornado threat for this cell here, moving northeastward. Now, since it's splitting like that, we'll see. But you got a little supercell split happening there. Even though the environment may not be the best, that might be exactly what this storm needed to become tornadic. And to become more surface-based. Go change this real quick. There we go. Blip's dying? Not really. It's still there. $17,000 feet. I don't see it on satellite too well, so it's not getting through the... It's probably not getting through the cap. Which is exactly what happened with some of these storms back here. That just died right off. We shall see. It's a waiting game. Hello. What do you think I'm doing? Definitely not eating like you are. Of course Lucky's eating, right, chat? Of course. So we are having a cell split with this northern storm that may increase tornado potential here. I'm still not sold on it though because it doesn't have the best environment. It has good lower level wind shear, but it has a little low cape and also pretty high cap. But I guess the cap doesn't matter too much considering it's already an established supercell. So we'll see. So it's undergoing a cell split, like I said. So this one's going to become probably a relatively large hail threat. I don't think it's going to be as large as this one, up to 2.75, but probably between 1 to 2 inch hail possible with that storm as it moves off to the northeast, depending on exactly how strong it gets. And then that will help increase the tornado threat with this storm. But again, Cape, not the best out here. Definitely not the best instability. Lucky they did issue a special MCD for that northern storm. The northern storm. You go check. Tomorrow looks more messy. And honestly, I don't think today's going to have a violent tornado threat. Storms fired off too late. I don't see that anymore. Storms have struggled with the capping too much. We could still see an intense tornado or two at the most, but the violent tornado threat that was very low is now like closer to... It's getting closer and closer to zero with this. Tomorrow, I think probably we'll have a better opportunity, though. Even though it looks messy, I think the HRRR is over-convecting, like you were saying. And it's all going to come down to prefrontals. But even with prefrontals, I'm not for sure. Tomorrow is definitely a higher end day. Since these storms definitely struggled a lot, I don't think these 2 days are going to be even comparable anymore. These storms took too long to form, so they fired more elevated. And then the capping built in, so we didn't see many supercells, so I don't think we're going to see a whole lot with this in terms of a very notable tornado threat. What do you want, Lucky? Mm-mm. Texas one splitting? No. I think those are just more of two different storms. I guess you could say they're splitting, but they really fired as they fired as two different storms. Yeah, these both are still big hailers. Yeah, so I think we got lucky with this one. Pretty lucky with this one. With this threat for severe weather. We still could, like I said, we still could see a strong tornado or two, maybe an intense tornado, but the violent tornado threat is it was never that high to begin with at all. It was never that high. It was just a possibility if storms fired at a perfect time before the cap built in. And they didn't. And then this guy here formed too far north. Tomorrow is increasing in tornado potential. Now, we've had some uptrends. Whilst we've been live, we've had some uptrends with tomorrow's tornado threat. We'll see exactly what it looks like tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, see what storms are ongoing in the morning hours. I know the SPC issued an MCD for it, but I'm not very confident. They're very confident in it. I'm not, honestly. The low amount of instability, the 14-degree temperature dew point spread, the dew point still being pretty low. I'm not very confident in it becoming surface-based. Although it did have that cell split, so it could. I'm talking about that northern storm again up here. Nah, the violent tornado potential is really already passed. We would have to have a very well-established supercell ongoing in central Oklahoma right now. And that's not going to happen. We still have that peak tornado threat, though. Our absolute peak tornado threat ends about 10-11 tonight. Your capping's going to destroy it. So your capping's just going to get stronger and stronger, and whatever storms aren't very well established are just going to get cut off. So I'm very glad to say that I was definitely wrong about the violent tornado threat today. Although, again, we could definitely see, still could see a strong tornado or two. Either with one of these storms, probably the southern one, or with one of these here. These are they're very messy down here. They're clustered up close to each other. Yeah, they did go ahead and put a significant severe on this one for 1.75 inch hail. Considering it's at 72 dBz, that was a good decision there. Yeah, you can see our little blip is struggling. The capping's just too strong for it. Let's see. Okay. Again, just going to keep an eye on these storms. Not very confident in them anymore. Again, it was today's threat was all about when the storms fired. And they took a little bit too long. Because our primary storms didn't get going till like here. That's 7:30. That took a little too long. And this storm was just, this one's just too far north. That one is just too far north, in my opinion. Is that still destructive? Yep. New HRRR is rendering in now. I don't expect it to show much. Watch it show something crazy. Let me check this real quick. Interesting. NAM3K really wants Illinois to be a good hotspot for tornadoes tomorrow. Southern Wisconsin, a good chunk of Illinois, right along that warm front. We'll see if the HRRR agrees tonight. Just not very interested in these storms tornadic-wise. They're just hailers. You can see our little blip failed. Still rain shower, but it definitely failed to intensify quickly. That is very much for sure. And there's your new MCD. Let's see what they say here. Splitting supercells initially with a risk for very large hail, severe gusts. The tornado risk will gradually increase with time and northeastward extent. So there you go. Strong tornado will be possible. I'm curious to see what the HRRR has about that threat. HRRR doesn't even acknowledge those storms are there, so that's fun. All right, this is officially my second most popular live stream on this channel. We have officially reached over 11,000 people in this live stream. That is insane. Jeez. And we are right about at the 5-hour mark. Go back over to the HRRR again. HRRR has been wrong all day today, so what makes us think it's going to be right tomorrow? Let's go over here and look at that. We got 2 severes in Florida. Dude, that thing's produced more lightning in 1 single minute than pretty much any storm in Oklahoma has. This whole day. Look at that. That's an absurd amount of lightning. Well, I mean, the one in Oklahoma has gone very electric now. Look at that new scan. Take that back. This one in Oklahoma has gotten very, very electric here. No, we had a tornado warning. It was just in California. But it all came down to the exact timing of when these storms fired. Like I said, they just didn't fire at the right time. The capping got too strong. Let's see. Look at this loop, y'all. You could see the spotters. Watch the spotters go after this storm when it forms. Look at them all. Look at them all. They all book it to that storm. No, they all just go instantly attracted to it like ants. Some all the way from up in Wichita booking it south right towards it. Oh, look, you got some people going along this or rather highway here booking it south. It's crazy. What do you want now, Lucky? Why? Bruh. Okay. I'll talk to you later. You want to leave the call or stay in it? Alright. Alright. Yeah, I mean, they have an MCD out for both of these storms. This northern one and the southern one, but I'm just not confident anymore. They all fired late, which means they all fired elevated. We'll see. We'll stay live probably for a little while longer, but I don't think I'm gonna stay live till 10. I'll probably head off just after 9. To be honest with you, I'll probably head off pretty soon. And I know things are gonna pop off right when I head off. That's how it goes. And then tomorrow we'll probably start up. I don't know exactly when. I may start up a little early tomorrow as well. Well, if that does happen, Troy, I can always come back on. I'll be up till probably 11 or so watching this, so if things get really crazy, I'll hop back on. We'll do an urgent stream if need be. But things just fired elevated, so my confidence is very low in this producing a very notable tornado threat. Like I said, we could still see a strong tornado tonight. Maybe a strong tornado or two, but I don't see that being a very real possibility anymore. After storms fired as late as they did and then got elevated as fast as they did, I lost confidence quickly. We'll stay live for the 9 o'clock update. There we go. I there's a few things that I think went wrong with today. I think there were three main things. One, moisture and it being late. Two, storms fired late. Three, the capping built in quicker and stronger than expected. Because the SPC updated at 7 o'clock, so at 7 Eastern. At 7 Eastern, we already had a 100 sen cap in place. I think that just built in too fast. Four lucky. That's crazy. But hey, a bust is never a bad thing. People gotta stop treating that like it's horrific. A bust is a good thing. It's not the best for the chasers who flew 18 hours to go there or drove almost like 2 days to get over here, but for the public it's good. And believe me, chasers never want to see tornadoes in a heavily populated area. Ask any chaser, they're going to say tornado, big tornado, photogenic over an open field, injuring nobody. That's what chasers want. All right, there you go. Back down to normal, severe. Well, they still are. This one still is significant. But I don't have that considerable scene set up. I only have it for normal severes and then destructive severes. But it is technically a significant severe now. For a 2-inch hail. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. Like I said, I'm going to stay live here to see the new SPC outlook. I know for sure the wind threat is going to increase significantly. That wind threat is going to increase very, very rapidly across north central Kansas. We'll probably have a few instances of 70 to 80 miles per hour today and tonight across the northern portion of Kansas into Missouri. But just that very notable tornado threat did not perform. Potentially very notable tornado threat. And it wasn't just it wasn't just like the SPC or just the model runs either. I mean, everything was pointing towards it. Model runs, surface observations, CSU and NATOcast both had moderates. I just guess it was the timing of the storms. It was just the timing of the storms. And then, like I said, still probably the dew points and shoot, what was the other one? I forgot. Timing of the storms. And another severe there for a 1.75-inch hail. Yeah, they went elevated fast. Timing of the storms of when they fired, and then the moisture. There you go. I am a little interested with these storms because the HRRR does not have them fired. Like, it just doesn't think we have storms here, so I'm slightly interested still in those storms, but they're all big hailers. Also, I'll send you guys over to Lucky. He's probably going to go live just after I end or just before I end. I'm thinking he's going to go live near like 8:45, 9 o'clock. So I'll send you guys over there, and then I'll still be monitoring it, and if things pop off, I'll go live again, so that way you guys aren't left fully in the dark. But like I said, I'm still going to stay here for a little longer. I want to see that new SPC outlook, see if they drop it down to 5%, because let's be honest, I think they are going to. I'm thinking we will see it go back to 5%. The hail threat did perform today. I do think the wind threat is going to end up performing too. Up here, I think our wind threat is going to end up performing. I just think our overall tornado threat's not going to perform today because these storms went elevated. New severe up here in Nebraska. Yeah, these are going to pose a big hail threat, damaging wind threat. You can see how fast those intensified. Now, see, that is what we were expecting on the dry line. That's what we were expecting on the dry line. Not the slow development that we did see. Going from literally nothing here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames later of full-blown intense severe. That's what we were thinking of. They just upgraded that to 1.5-inch hail too. But those are elevated as well, so they won't produce tornado threat. They'll be more of hail, some isolated winds. I wouldn't fully rule out a spin-up tornado up there. I mean, we do have, what, a 5... No, we have a 2% up there. So, yeah, I wouldn't fully rule out a spin-up tornado somewhere in this area. But it won't be notable. It will stay elevated, Rockets. We have, like, no moisture up there, dude. There is 44-degree dew points up there. That sucker is not favorable. Let's go back down south here. Yeah, the HRRR is hinting towards some development along the cold front. So that development is from when the cold front smacks the dry line. You can see our cold front here, dry line here. So when your cold front and dry line are interacting, that allows for a forcing to occur here, and we start seeing a thunderstorm. So that does initiate some storms very late tonight. Gracious day, that's a mess. That is a mess. I wonder if they'll keep the 10 sig for that. And you can see the wind threat. The wind threat is going to stay quite fairly high up in and around the Kansas City metro area. We're going to have a pretty good threat for widespread damaging winds, large hail, and a few spin-up tornadoes up here. See, you can see a few of these storms could produce tornadoes if they do manage to get going. The only strong tornado threat would be out of this one right down here. However, looking at it right now, it does not look so favorable for a strong tornado threat. There we go. Look back up at it. There you go. It does not look that it does not look that well organized. Like the HRRR shows it being very well organized. That's not the case. When you have a storm split, the storm split that goes to the left becomes more of a hail threat, and the storm split that starts moving to the east / to the right becomes more of a greater chance for tornadoes. Two-inch hail report there. So this, I mean, this thing's dropped a lot of hail, but no tornadoes. No nados. I plan for about a 6, maybe 7 hour live stream today, depending on how it went. I'm surprised I even managed to stay here for over 5 hours tracking pretty much nothing. I mean, we really weren't looking at much more than light rain for about 4 hours, and then that storm in Enid finally popped up, and then we got those cells in Wichita Falls. You see these big time hailers up here too. Damaging winds. I wonder if that would be elevated. That's a beast of a supercell. That's at what? Let's see, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. That's 4 a.m. Eastern time, south of the OKC area. Look at that. Very favorable environment. Very, very favorable environment. But it's the only model run that shows that. I haven't seen a single other model run show that scenario. It is possible. I wonder if they're going to keep the 10 sig Tor for that possibility. You never know. We'll see. I mean, I won't see. I'll be asleep. I ain't getting up at no 4 a.m. for something that's probably not even going to be there. The lower level jet's been kicked in. It's at about 40 knots right now. It's at about 45 knots. And then very late tonight, it could get up to 60 knots with that supercell at like 4 a.m. So there is that conditional risk for a strong to intense tornado tonight as the cold front hits the dry line near 4 a.m. Eastern time in central southern Oklahoma. Central and southern Oklahoma is what I was saying there. Let's see. Which one was it? Was it 15Z? Nope. Oops. I did not mean to pull that up. Trying to screenshot. Okay. Yeah, the capping's too strong, Ben. Storms didn't fire soon enough. Good morning. Nope. Lucky tried to jump scare me, chat. I'm probably gonna head off just after 9. I'll send them your way, most likely. And then if things pop off between when I end, which should be probably like 9:15, because I want to see the outlook. So from 9:15 all the way till like 11, if something does manage to get ridiculous, I'll start up another stream. Yep. I mean, we could still see a Giga supercell at 4 a.m., but I ain't gonna be up. Or will you? Yeah. I mean, I already told them, though. We could do both. We could do both. Yeah, 1 hour each. Yeah. An hour? Buddy, that was like 3, I swear. It was like 2 a.m., Lucky, before I went to sleep. It was so late, I'm drinking a energy drink full of water. A water energy drink. To stay up. That was rough. I think we're going to do a gaming stream tonight, chat. Because I want to play games. And Lucky has time, so... I think you should do a weather stream because Zero Z is coming in. So Lucky's going to do a weather stream from 9... Oh, okay. 8:45 to 9:45. Or 10:15. He'll start at 8:45 Eastern, and then he'll go all the way till about like 10:15 or so, maybe just before. And then around like 10:30 or so, we'll start up a gaming stream. But we'll be live from like 10:30 to 12:30 or so. I just can't stay up till 2 a.m. Nah. Yeah. It's crazy. No thanks, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be stressed out. Did you see my Twitter post? Also, you should look at the Yep. I think that would probably be a big time win threat at 23Z. I don't think that would be like a giga tornado or something. Man, I need to go get some sleep. I don't know how I did a 6-hour stream today. That's just a miracle. Nothing. I just went over the severe threat for the first 2 hours, and then for the next 3 hours, we went over tiny little rain showers on every single scan, counting the DBZ, and then now things are starting to pop off again. Or for the last, like, hour and a half, things have been popping off. There's your severe watch. I imagine that's pretty high probed wind threat there. Actually, yeah, it's decent. 60-50 wind, 60-60 hail, 25 tor. So we could see a brief spin up tornado in that severe watch area, but mainly large hail up to about 2, maybe pushing 2.5 inch in diameter, and then damaging winds up to about 80-85 miles per hour possible. As I expected, these storms are staying elevated. Even though the SPC issued that MCD, I really didn't have faith in them really doing much. That's interesting. That's the first time I've ever seen velocity on this storm. It's down to 1 inch hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, this thing's cooked. It's Jover, man. Yeah. I'll unmute you, Lucky.
All right. What's up? Again.
That's the first time I've seen velocity, but that's anticyclonic rotation. So I doubt that's actually anything. Is that anticyclonic? Nah. Nah, it's not. Inflow, outflow, nah. It's just weird positioning of the radar site. It's southeast. Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, no, that's not anticyclonic. I apologize. That's just normal velocities. I thought our radar site was in Oklahoma. Look, if you zoom out, I thought I was using the Norman radar site, but I was using the Wichita one. So I thought that this was winds going away from the Norman radar site and then towards it. But instead, I'm using the Wichita radar site in Kansas. So that means that I'm actually going towards the radar site and away from it like that. So always note where your radar site is located, orientated to your storms. Or else you'll make the mistake that I just did there. Well, I want to wait till the new SPC Outlook, then I'll send you guys on over to Lucky. Lucky, if you want to schedule your gaming stream, you can send them from your stream to your gaming stream. If you want to schedule your gaming stream now.
Good idea.
I do have a thumbnail. I have one for you.
Really?
I just gotta find it. Nope.
What for what? Weather?
Repo.
Oh.
Nope.
I'm about to say, because I already have the weather
Nope.
thumbnail. I know.
Nope. Can't find it.
No.
Nope. I'm gonna click on every file before I find this sucker. If only I actually named my thumbnails instead of just hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Right? I titled my thumbnails.
Nope. Nope. Did I even save it? Where the heck is this thing? I kind of need it for tonight. Yo, I can't find it.
I would say you gotta help me with the sending them my way, sending to my gaming stream, but
I don't know if you can. You could just do a link. Oh, Connor just tweeted. I want to see what he said. Pain.
April Fools.
That's what
He should have said he should have said I knew this was coming. April Fools, y'all.
Man. I feel bad for all the chasers there because, I mean, that was a S tier threat right there. Just fell apart. Shoot, skipped it. I'll just make a new thumbnail. I'll make it right now. I could literally, yep. Oh, sweet, and they changed this, so it's actually cooler. I'll make a thumbnail while streaming. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Take this screenshot. Boom. Boom. And since I already have a thumbnail for the weather side of things, because I'm literally streaming on it, I'll save that. There you go. Jeez. Jeez. Holy uptrend. That is an insane uptrend on the 23ZH for tomorrow. Oh my goodness. What a uptrend. Holy. Anybody order an uptrend? Because holy crap, did we ever just have one. Here's the 18ZH for tomorrow. And then here is the 23Z. Look at that. Big difference. Big time uptrend on the ingredients. So we could actually have strong tornadoes tomorrow early afternoon if this is correct. So we'll need to watch out for that.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes right before I start stream.
Alright.
But I'll go do some.
Okay, let me go back over here. There we go. We'll see the first few bits of the 0Z HRRR, but we'll really see most of it on Lucky's stream. Like I said, I'll send you guys right over there so you don't even have to leave this stream. I'll just end and then it'll send you guys over there automatically. We're still about 45 minutes from ending, though. Get ready for everything to go crazy right when I end, just a heads up. It's happened 15 bazillion times before. It might happen again. I swear. Happens all the time. It's almost a guarantee. Yep. I mean, the HRRR wasn't right today. There's no reason why it will be right tomorrow. The NAM has been pretty good this year, honestly. Being fully honest, the NAM, not the 3K, but the normal NAM has actually been really good. It has been really good. Maybe not so good on the reflectivity side of things. But if you're just like looking at ingredients or the 500 millibar troughs or the lower level jet, it's been pretty dang good. And sometimes it does get the reflectivity right. I'm still a little surprised this threat underperformed so much. I mean, this was pretty crazy. This was a pretty crazy setup. Even Trey himself recognized that too. He was thinking today could produce a couple intense tornadoes, but just it goes wrong. It goes wrong. Forecasts can go wrong easily. Mother Nature will do whatever it does. Whatever it wants to. That's what it will do. No matter how good your environment is, you could still see a bust. We get another update in 25 minutes. 9 p.m. Eastern. 25 minutes. We get another day 1 update from the SPC. Rockets, no, that was fine. The environment was perfectly fine, other than the capping. It was the capping and then things about the storms themselves. Like, literally, central Oklahoma, 70 over 62. That's perfectly fine. That's a 8-degree temperature dew point spread. But we had storms fire too fast, they formed too far north, and they formed partially elevated. And then all the blips that tried to form about 7 o'clock, the capping built in early. The capping was in place at about 50 to 100 sin at 7 p.m. Eastern, which was a good solid hour, maybe even an hour and a half early. So it was just a perfect combination of bad initiation and too early capping that busted this threat for tornadoes. Now the overall hail threat is verified for sure. That the hail threat's verifying. The wind threat I do think will eventually verify tonight as these storms really get going into the overnight hours as that cold front comes through towards 4 a.m. And we'll see what happens tomorrow morning. I'll probably go live on my gaming channel too for anybody who follows me over there. If one of the mods want to do the gaming command, I'll be probably live over there around 10:30 or so. We'll see. Between 10:30 and 11. We'll see what happens. Just because whenever Lucky offers to do a good gaming stream, I'll try to do it. Even though I'm tired. I'm exhausted from race weekend. That's going to take a good week to recover from. Going to take a good old week to recover from. And then by the time I'm recovered from that, I'm going to have freaking Talladega. I'm going to be doomed. Yeah, there's no capping tomorrow. Especially as you get into the afternoon hours, all the capping fully erodes. Now, there is some morning capping, so, you know, in the morning we may not have a bunch of supercells, but still, like the newest HRRR, that has supercells on the cold front, which could still produce strong to potentially intense tornadoes in the morning hours. So we'll need to keep an eye on that, see if the HRRR is going to be wrong or right. Yeah, it feels like 2024 all over again. It does. March was well above average, as expected, and I believe April's going to be pretty dang close to it, too. Especially late April. The only problem is I can't cover at all in late April. I'm going to be gone. I'll be going to Talladega. So I won't be able to stream from like the 25th to like the 30th or something. Pretty good few days. So I apologize in advance to that one. And I have a pretty dang good feeling a big setup of severe weather is probably going to set up over Dixie Alley. And then I'm going to be stuck in the middle of north central Alabama with a high-end threat for severe weather over my area. And I will not be happy. I hate Dixie Alley, man. Wouldn't want to live there, wouldn't want to chase there. If I ever do move out of Virginia / North Carolina, which is where I've grown up my entire life, I'd probably move to probably Missouri. I've been thinking about like Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, but I don't know if I can move away from my family. It's difficult. Maybe I will eventually though. Get storm chasing a lot more. I mean, I know Connor Croft, who's one of the best chasers out there at the moment. He lives up here in north central Indiana, so he takes these long journeys. I don't know how his car does it. I don't know how he does it either. His commitment is absurd. We're just waiting on the 0ZH here, which will start rendering in about 15 minutes. Then we'll see the SPC outlook in about 20 minutes, and then we'll head off before the new Mesoanalysis. We'll head off as that Mesoanalysis is coming in. Yeah, we're back down to all normal severes. We lose 4 severes in 3 minutes, so prepare for some new severes to be issued. We'll probably see a new one issued. Maybe one big severe, like right in here for both of these storms. And then we'll probably see a new severe maybe down here. Nope, that'll probably just stay. And then this one, that's going to stay. So that one's going to stay. That one's going to stay. The one behind it will expire. This one will expire. And then what? 1, 2. What other one's going to expire? Oh, both of these expire. So both of these will expire. We'll probably get a new one. This one will expire. So we'll be left with 1, 2, probably 3 severes here in just a moment. Either 3 or 2. Oh, well, they did expand that one, so maybe 3 or 4. I don't even know, Otter. I don't even know. Tomorrow's setup's tricky, but either way, tomorrow's going to be... It's going to have an opportunity for multiple strong to potentially intense tornadoes. I just don't know exactly what the most likely case scenario will be. Like I said, today's threat came out of nowhere, too. We were at a 2%. Pretty sure we were at a 2% for Oklahoma this morning. And then it just got bumped to a 10 sig. 2%, 5%, and then 10 sig. And then a lot of people, including me, started to think that it could go 15 sig. But just all of our underperforming factors today came together and underperformed the whole risk for tornadoes. So we got very lucky. It's not very often that all of your underperforming risks come together and then we don't even get a single tornado warning. We didn't even get one. Literally freaking California performed better than Oklahoma today. Oh, nah. 10 sig was definitely needed because of how it looked like rockets. Ben, CSU, and NATOcast both had a 10 sig. I think CSU also had like a 45 sig hail or something. Yeah, 45 sig hail, too. So, it looked like a potent day. I mean, it just shows you. I mean, this isn't too common. It's not too common to see all the underperforming risks come together and see something like this. Like, for instance, March 15th, that high-risk day, it was a small underperformance in some areas. But even with the major underperformance factor, we still ended up with, 30, 40 tornadoes or something like that. Even with the underperformance risk actually verifying and seeing that underperformance. But today, just all the underperformances came together. Like I said, the bad initiation, the northeast storm mode, more northeast storm mode, the capping building in strong, the capping building in early. It just all came together perfectly. Yeah, there's that expansion too, so. Yeah, we are left with 4 severes. 4 severes, because they did expand this one, which I didn't think they would, but they did. And there is one more significant severe now. This one went significant for 70-mile-an-hour winds, so there you go. Our wind threat verified, our hail threat verified. Our wind threat still, it should be more widespread, but there you go. 73-mile-an-hour winds, that's what we were expecting. We saw 2.75-inch hail, that's what we were expecting. The tornado threat didn't happen at all. That did not happen whatsoever. Let's see. We'll see how tomorrow goes. Maybe tomorrow will be the same case. Let's see here. New MCD for Texas. 2.5-inch hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, high end being a possibility. 40% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch being issued. And I don't think we will see that severe watch. But if we do, hail will by far be the biggest issue by a milestone. Yeah, even with storm mode, I still see tomorrow being a much bigger day. Hence why we have a day 2 moderate for tomorrow, and we didn't even have a moderate risk today. April 1st last year had a moderate risk and it underperformed. April 2nd last year had a moderate risk and it underperformed. So it's literally a repeat of 2024. We'll see if tomorrow underperforms, though, like it did exactly a year ago. Actually, severe or tornado watch may be issued in Central Texas. 40% chance there. Maybe I remember it wrong, Rockets. I think I remember it correctly, though. I'm pretty sure it underperformed. April 2nd. Yep, it underperformed. We had a single supercell that produced a strong tornado, and that was it. One long-tracked, strong supercell that went through southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, and dropped multiple tornadoes along its path. The southern risk in Alabama, we had one single supercell, I believe, that did the same thing. So we really only had 2 notable tornadoes that day, and it underperformed by quite a bit. Compared to how large the moderate was and what the model runs were showing and what we were expecting, it did underperform. And your damaging wind threat barely even verified. It was so sporadic. Your hail threat did not verify. It definitely wasn't a bust, but it wasn't a perfect verification. Yep. Still busting. Sure is, Ethan. Hail threat verified, though. Wind threat already is verifying. We still need a bit more widespread wind threat for full verification, but we already had 73-mile-an-hour winds, so both the hail and the wind verified. Like I said, we still do need a bit more widespread winds, but that will happen tonight once the cold front hits the dry line. Tornado threat, I don't see much happening with that. We could see a spin-up tornado or 2, but I don't see a way how we end up with a few strong to intense tornadoes anymore. Hail is the thing that definitely verified today. Wind is on the way of verification, and I think it will verify tonight. And tornadoes, I don't feel like tornadoes will end up verifying the tornado threat. So now we're waiting on the SPC outlook. Then after that, we'll conclude. We'll conclude at 6 hours and 15 minutes into this stream. I'll send you guys over to Lucky for about 30 minutes to an hour, and then we'll do a gaming stream, like I said, probably around 11:30, or rather 10:30. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's only the HRRR that is initiating out there in central Oklahoma for 4 a.m. tonight. Yeah, the cold front's going to be a big time wind bag as it hits the dry line. And there is a chance that once the cold front hits the dry line in Oklahoma, it may spark a significant supercell, and that could produce a long track strong tornado, but it is very conditional. More conditional than the threat we just had. Not a lot of models show that. Yeah, Oklahoma City's still under the gun for tonight. You'll be in the clear once that cold front passes you, which will be... Let's see. Cold front will pass you about 7 a.m. tomorrow, Central Time. And after that passes, you are good to go. I don't know if they're going to keep the enhanced risk for tornadoes. Personally, I would believe they drop the full enhanced risk for hail and tornadoes, and then maintain the 30% wind on the northern risk. Ben, like I said, I do not care if it busts. Like I love to see a risk bust. That's good. I don't think we should consider a bust a bad thing. Like I said, I feel a little bad for the chasers who drove so far and flew out there for tornadoes and then nothing happened, but a bust is a good thing, in my opinion. Plus, I got to reach over 11,000 people with the word of severe weather for tomorrow anyways, so it was a win-win. Even though today's threat didn't verify, which is a win, I alerted people of tomorrow's threat, which is a win. Yeah, I've only seen uptrends for tomorrow at the moment, which it's probably in part to today's threat not doing much. Here comes 0Z HRRR. So, like I said, I'll send you guys over to Lucky here in a few minutes after we end, and then he'll try to send you to a gaming stream that we'll do later on tonight. I'm going to go ahead and set it up to raid Lucky. So we'll raid him tonight in like 20-ish minutes. I don't think the 0Z is going to go out that far before we end. And it's already initiating wrong. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Freaking one frame in and it's already wrong. Gotta love it, man. Well, we still might get a lot of convection tonight to grow upscale into a line and hurt tomorrow's environment, but tomorrow's just uptrending as a whole. Like, even if we did see convection today, I think the uptrends for tomorrow would still be the same. Today's threat doesn't really significantly affect tomorrow's threat. It's going to affect it a little bit, but it's not going to make a huge impact on it. There's something wrong with the HRRR. Yeah. It sure seems like it. Sure seems like it. All right, it's already 2 frames in, so 1 minute, 2 frames. If we keep at that rate, we will be able to see if it initiates at 4 a.m. for the conditional threat tonight. SPC Outlook should come out within the next 10 minutes. Within the next 10 minutes. Technically, it comes out at 9 p.m. Eastern, but you want to give them 5 extra minutes just in case. So from now till 9:05, we can expect the SPC to update at any moment. Earlier today, they were early by about like 14 minutes or so. Let's not go that far. The NAM has done better synoptically, but the NAM 3K has done horrific in terms of reflectivity, trying to predict radar. The HRRR is still winning in that. The HRRR may still be pretty rough, but it's definitely the leading model run still. Rango, I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh. No, that's rainfall. Boy, come on. That gonna juke me out. Get up.
I am up.
Zero's the HRRR's rendering.
Yeah, I'm looking at it already. I literally said I'm up and I was muted.
This dude. Don't you love how the HRRR just initiated wrong?
Yep.
Per usual HRRR, man.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Think they're gonna go
HRRR
60
doing
sig
their
tour tomorrow?
Huh?
Alright, try to act like Twitter. Try to act like Twitter, sorry.
That's crazy.
You think they'll go 45 sig for wind though?
60 sig is crazy.
Think they'll go 45 sig for wind though?
Huh?
Do you think they will go 45 sig for wind, you deaf boy? Jeez.
Maybe.
Lord have mercy.
I'd have to see the 00Z HRRR. When it renders in, then you can ask me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it will go 45%. I think they're going to take off the sig again like they did the other day. They'll go 60 sig. Yep. They'll go 60 sig for all hazards tomorrow.
What's your source? Let me guess. Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. 60 sig Tor, wind, and hail tomorrow. Trust. Yeah, heck no, that would break the whole world.
I really would.
I don't think they've ever done that, and I don't think they ever will do that. 100 sig, probably. Jeez. What if they go 0 sig? just reverse.
That'd be crazy.
Just complete reverse. He goes 60 sig for a terrible overconvection mess like what we're looking at tomorrow. CSU apparently thinks tomorrow's worth a high risk, which I If it keeps uptrending the way it is, maybe we could start talking about that, but we'll see. We'll see what 0Z HRRR has to show here. Which you'll have to go to Lucky's stream to see that, chat. Which I'll send you guys there in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Did you schedule your gaming stream?
I did.
Okay. I'm just not interested in this threat much more. I doggone sat here for 6 hours. It ain't doing much. It does look like the 0Z is going to initiate at 3 a.m. Which is interesting. I'll pull it up here. Okay, I'll let you keep talking, then I'll interrupt you so you could say bye. This dude wasn't even listening to me, chat. He wasn't even listening to me. This dude. Load faster! Come on, hurry up. We don't even know what Wednesday / tomorrow is going to look like for mode. It looks clustered, semi-discrete, discrete, and linear all at the same time. Models show all 4 different storm modes. It's happening at 3 a.m. According to the last HRRR, Giga Supercell. Here's what 23Z showed. It showed a Giga Supercell at 3 to 4 a.m. south of OKC. Very early tomorrow morning. And that's what we're waiting to see if this Model 1 shows, which it already is trying to show it right there. Chasers are talking about this southern storm here, but yeah, I don't think that's gonna do much. I don't see that gonna do much. Well, I mean, the increase to 60, 65 knots tonight, Ben, might help it. That might help initiate things. It could do it. Yep. Ain't that nice? The thing is, I don't even think that would be a very good tornado threat. It looks like just a big chunk of hail. It's what it looks like. Ethan, I don't pay like $200 a year for that, so I can't. Plus, the RFSA was more off today than the HRRR was, so the last thing I'm going to do is go look at that crappy supercell printer of a terrible model. You want to know the worst model run? Go look at the RFSA. That sucker will print supercells where you've never seen them before. But it definitely did not nail this convection. Heck no. Heck to the no, it did not nail this convection. This convection was not even close to 4 intense supercells in Texas. Go look at the DM you sent me and look at this radar imagery and tell me that you think this is the same. I'll go ahead and show it. 01Z. This. Here's the radar. I'll zoom it out more. And I'll just go and reply to this. You cannot tell me that looks the same. It did not nail nothing, buddy. It did get that one storm in south central Oklahoma correct. However, it got the intensity dead wrong. And it also got the intensity of the storms in south central Kansas dead wrong, too. And it also randomly printed a supercell over far northeastern Nebraska, which wasn't too far off, but still like 4 counties too far northeast. It has a 40% initiation biased, buddy. That just means that you shouldn't use the model run. If the bias is that bad and it initiates storms 40% of the time where they're not supposed to be, there ain't no way you're using that model run. You know, that I think this would just be an absurd wind threat and hail threat, and maybe that would be able to produce a potentially a strong tornado on the southern end of it. We'll see. I don't use the NAM for simulated reflectivity, and if I do, I always take it with a grain of salt. Same for the NAM 3K. HRRR is the only model run I somewhat use for reflectivity, but even then, it's been bad today, too. It ain't been much better. Well, Catman's cooked. I think this is just going to be a big time wind bag. Probably some hail, maybe large hail. We could see an isolated strong tornado out of it. We might be able to see a strong tornado out of it if it initiates like nearly perfectly, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And you can already see the very notable uptrend between the 18Z and the 0Z. A significantly more tight, warm sector, which will allow for a better area of ascent, most likely. Better area of ascent. And also higher ingredients. Good morning. Wake up.
Hello there.
What you up to? You see the
Looking ARRR.
saw the Giga Supercell over OKC.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be hail, wind, and it might have an isolated strong tornado threat with it, but I'm not very confident it's actually gonna even happen.
Real.
But
just did not.
Considering it's an untapped environment, I mean,
Untapped?
untapped, yeah, it is, Lucky. It is untapped. What do you mean?
You mean uncapped?
I mean untapped.
Never heard that word.
You've never heard of an environment that's not been touched by a storm being called untapped?
Nope. First time I've ever heard it.
Buddy.
Being for real too. I ain't even lying. Never heard you say that word.
Buddy.
I'm being so I wish I was lying too. I've never heard you say the word untapped.
What is uncapped?
Right?
Uncapped.
I ain't never heard of it.
You've never heard of uncapped either?
I have.
You just...
It's a joke, buddy.
I'm leaving this, dude. I left the call.
I literally, bro, it was a joke.
This dude be taking April Fools too seriously.
Right? Guys, is it really April Fool's if Lucky's streaming?
Yes, it definitely is.
Well,
All right, well, you want to say bye?
Bye, guys!
Bye, Lucky. All right, we're gonna start wrapping it up here. Let this go one more frame. If you want to see the rest of this model run, you can easily look at it yourself, or you could go to Lucky's live stream, which to go to Lucky's live stream, just stay in this stream here, and I will send you directly over to his stream after the intro music is done. And, or rather, the outro music. Gracious day, yeah, that's why I need sleep tonight. The SPC, gracious day, hold the phone. What? Why are they so late? Hello? Am I dumb? They're 10 minutes late. Well, shoot. Well, get ready for the 60 sig tour chat. Here it comes. They're 10 minutes late. It's Jover. No, this is for day one. Well, shoot, I guess we gotta wait. We're gonna extend the stream by a little bit longer here. Probably about 5 minutes, just to see if the SPC outlet comes in here. It wouldn't surprise me if they get rid of the whole enhanced. I do think they'll keep the... Personally, I think they will be keeping the northern enhanced for wind, but we'll see. But yeah, we'll just wait here for that. I mean, that was a whole reason why I extended it to 9. Imagine that's the new outlook and they just didn't change an absolute thing. What's this? Let me see. Oh, dang. Chaser got hit by a big bird. Broke his whole windshield. The left side of his windshield fully shattered. At least from what I can see here. Maybe it didn't completely shatter. That's crazy. Yo, what like... Yo, where the SPC outlook at? I'm waiting on that to end. Now I gotta extend my stream by 5 minutes because they want to be 15 minutes late. 60 sig tour inbound for tonight.
Bro.
Like, where's this sucker at, man?
I'm telling you, bro, it's April Fool's. They ain't gonna update it.
They kind of have to.
I mean, it's April Fool's. I wouldn't blame them. They're trying to fool everybody. That's why they're doing that. They're making you think something's about to go something's about to happen.
Yeah, they better drop the whole risk.
Yeah, there's about to be a general thunderstorm.
Imagine. At least they'd verify.
Facts. The only thing that would verify.
Nah, because we have a few severes.
Okay, maybe I'll give them a marginal, maybe. 5% wind, 5% hail. Or they're just gonna keep. What if they just kept enhanced, but only for wind and hail, and dropped like the tornado risk to, like, I don't know, small 5%.
That's literally what we were talking about them doing, Lucky.
Really?
I think they might even drop the hail too.
What, 15 sig or
15%.
nice? I don't know. I don't know you were talking about that. Unless you're saying you were talking to me about it. I did not hear you.
I don't know. I was just talking about it in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they should keep a 5%. They could keep the 10 sig for overnight along the dry line. That wouldn't surprise me too much, but it would just be a little bit aggressive. Refresh, 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 refresh.
Right, I'm spamming refresh.
Dang, bro. They late.
Yeah.
Oops, too far. HRRR definitely shows a few supercells firing tomorrow about 4, but then they get clustered and messy quickly. Like, dang, dude, why are we taking so long? What are we waiting for?
They're waiting for Christmas.
Freaking 15 minutes late, dude. Upgrade a moderate for today.
I'd honestly just end stream and just go to bed.
Yeah, of course you would.
I'd be like, okay, it's time for bed.
They wouldn't.
Mark my words. If they go moderate, I will. What will I do? I don't know.
Carson, I chased special weather statement for I think it was 40 or 50 mile-an-hour winds, and it was a pretty good chase. It was fun. Fun, quick chase. Lord have mercy, are we waiting for Santa or something? Like, dang.
Hey, like that's only
gonna be
bro.
gonna be a holiday. Oh,
bro.
there they go. And
Bro,
they actually
Christmas
kept the 10 sig.
Really?
No, that's old. That's gotta be old. That's the new update right there, but this is old. There's no way they kept the 10 sig. I don't trust that. Is this not though? Like, okay, they kept the 10 sig. They actually kept the 10 sig.
Something's about to happen that we don't know.
Why are you so dang loud?
Me?
Yeah, he's screaming in our ears. You just broke my Streamlabs.
Bro, I'm not like right next to my mic. I mean I am. I'm like a good 2 feet away from it instead of 2 inches.
It's probably for the they barely kept OKC in it. But I guess it's for the potential discrete storms tonight and in the line as well. They definitely kept the 10 sig.
That's an April Fool's, right?
Sure, buddy.
Bro, I'm just spam refreshing, bro.
I can't tell about the hail. What are you spam refreshing?
SPC.
You gonna be spam refreshing for another 5 minutes.
Alright. Fair enough.
I'm gonna go over here. I want to see the probabilities and I'll end. Okay. Yep. There's your 10 sig tour. Right there.
Did they actually?
That's not new. That is not new. This is the only one that's updated. Okay, there's our new 30 sig hail. Big 30 sig, 15 sig hail. So they kept all hazards. Now we gotta wait for the wind probs. Refresh, refresh, refresh. And there's the 30 sig wind. Alright, there you go. I'm not too shocked by that, to be honest with you. The only thing I'm a little shocked of is the 10 sig into Central Oklahoma. But then again, there is the chance for prefrontals. What the heck did they do to their outlook? They got that enhanced sig slide. I gotta show you guys. This is from it on Twitter. I don't know if it's gonna look like this on their site when it updates. Look at that. They got that 10 sig enhanced slide right there.
Right.
Look at that. Somebody forgot the occupacity tool. Something happened. All right, well, there you go. I'll wait for it to come in on the SPC site. I might as well just end it at 6 hours, 30 minutes. I mean, I'm 9 minutes away now. Yikes. That's crazy. Oof. That is definitely moderate risk worthy right there. Look at those prefrontals in Mississippi, too. Yikes. Maxed out STP, maxed out supercell composite, 3,500 instability. Definitely a risk for some severe storms tomorrow. It doesn't show that conditional threat up there in Illinois nearly as much as the last run. But it definitely goes kind of crazy. That's not the entire run, though. Alright, so here it is from the SPC site. 10 sig Tor, 30 sig wind, 30 sig hail. Alright, I'll talk to you in like 10 minutes, Lucky.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Crazy dude. Isolated severe thunderstorm development will be possible overnight across portions of the southern central plains with large hail, severe wind gusts. A tornado will be possible. That is not 10 sig wording. That is not 10 sig wording, chat. Lucky, listen to this 10 sig Tor wording. Ready?
Ready? All right, yeah, I'm ready.
Large hail, severe wind gust, and a tornado will be possible.
Wait, hold on.
But that is not 10 sig Tor wording. A tornado will be possible. Buddy, that is 2 to 5% Tor right there. Like, huh? Bro, I think California has a better chance at a tornado.
Right.
A tornado threat could develop. Dude. Okay, good night.
They still have the 2% in California?
Yeah, they do.
For what? Rain showers?
For a tornado threat, you dumb.
Okay. I guess so.
Bro guesses so. Okay, good night.
Good morning.
That 2% literally could have a better chance at producing a tornado than the 10 sig Tor. Just checking these storms real quick. Oh yeah, little guy did not survive. Little guy did not survive the cap. Buddy is going to fade away. Keep an eye on that one in central Kansas, though. That might end up being a little bit of a threat for some all hazards there. Definitely not 10 sig worthy in my opinion, but okay. Still messy for tomorrow, which is to be as expected by the HRRR, which is an overconvecting model. But still very much worth a moderate risk category up in Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas. I do think they could pull a moderate for wind further north. I do think it's possible that may be as far west as eastern Illinois. I do think it is possible we see a moderate for wind up there. But that's your 0ZH triple R. And like I said, I'll send you guys on over to Lucky. He'll probably go over the 0ZH triple R. If not, he's already shown it quite a bit. But I'm going to go ahead and start concluding. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're 5 likes away from 350 likes. Also, if you haven't already, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to the channel with your notification bell set to all. It's greatly appreciated. So you know when I go live or upload a video. And yeah, I don't even need to loop this. We're going to loop the radar. So a bit of a flash warning here. We're going to loop the radar that did pretty much nothing. I did see, let's see. Yeah, there's a new MCD for OKC. That appears to have decreased substantially, especially in the near term. Isolated hail, severe wind gust remain possible with ongoing thunderstorm. There you go. Additional development will be possible during the overnight and early morning hours along the front. A severe threat will be handled with a future watch if needed. So there you go. Alrighty, I appreciate you guys for tuning into this 6.5 hour live stream. Gracious day. Thank you, mods from on chat. Thank you, everybody, for the second most viewed live stream on the channel. It's really appreciated. Really quick, thank you to our super chatters. We have 107, Scorp, Edward, and 2 a.m. as well as Harold that donated today. Overall, about $13 in super chats. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. As well as all the mods again for modding chat and everybody who just tuned in, simply watched. I will see you guys in Lucky's live stream here shortly. Remember, if you just stay in the stream, you will automatically be sent to him. And for those who know my gaming channel, if a mod wants to do that, I will see you guys later tonight about 10:30 Eastern for a gaming stream. Catch you guys in the next one. Stay safe, watch your weather. Have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday night. Goodbye.
See you later, brothers.
stay safe, rest of your weather. I hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday night. Thank you, mods, once again for modding chat. Good.